10 years of business is an important milestone for your company. We started working together in 2013 to launch our first Android TV set-top boxes. During this period, we faced many challenges and we solved them together. I am proud to have been involved in this journey and to have worked with such fantastic and committed people.
I've been working with iWedia since 2017. The relationship has been very enjoyable and rewarding, and we have a great deal of respect for the folks at iWedia and their technical wizardry. Our team would like to congratulate you guys on this significant milestone, and we're looking forward to the next 10 years.
It's a pleasure working with you, Hans-Jürgen and team. I can't believe it's already been 10 years, so all the best to you and to your organization. Continued success, continued collaboration with us, of course, and all the best wishes for the next 10 years.
We started working with iWedia in 2015 in a DTH project for a middleware, and I just want to say happy to work with them. It's a great company and happy anniversary.
I was deeply impressed by their professional knowledge about Android TV and HbbTV. And since then, I have been working with iWedia on a number of projects. I would like to wish you an anniversary and looking forward to working with you again on new projects in near future.
It's been a pleasure working with iWedia since 2018, since we first engaged on our hybrid set-top boxes. I wish a very happy birthday to iWedia on their 10th anniversary. Look forward to working with you guys on the upcoming projects, and all the best for the next 10 years.
I remember their work, toughness and speed toward to goals. They never give up. Thank you for your strong help and support. Thank you very much.
We've worked with iWedia for a number of years, and we look to them as experts in Android TV. And we look forward to another 10 years of working together. Congratulations and thank you.
Όλα τα συναισθήματα στη νέα ψηφιακή πλατφόρμα Adtechs. Adtechs. Μπικές.
We all know how important testing is. It's how you discover bugs in your software, or whether your new apps and features work the way they should. But which tests do you need to run? Find out with Resilient. We set new standards in the world of testing as a service. Our experts cover every stage of every test, so you'll have the right people with the right skills running the right tests for you. Everything you want to know is displayed on a comprehensive dashboard. It's tailored to your needs. And with 24/7 monitoring, you're instantly alerted if a critical user story fails. Peace of mind for a simple, fixed monthly rate. It's time to identify and iron out the bugs, bring your products and features to market sooner, and deliver greater user satisfaction. Ask Resilient for your demonstration today. Resilient, guardians of the connected world.
Mainstreaming, a streaming service provider that enables broadcasters, media and gaming companies to stream video with the best quality of experience to their audience globally. Vertically integrated from the network to the streaming software, Mainstreaming simplifies the video workflow. We are now one of the largest networks in the world, built with over 2,700 points of connection with ISPs and telecommunication carriers. With our innovative artificial intelligence and its machine learning capabilities, we increase bitrate, reduce latency, and prevent congestion over the internet. With our innovative solution, stream live and on-demand video easily everywhere. Mainstreaming, your video delivered.
Vestel. Manufacturing, developing, changing, innovating, growing. Vestel is a factory that never stops. A 1,300,000 square meter factory space and a 970,000 square meter enclosed space. Vestel knows how to manage this power and direct it into production. All Vestel products are produced in these factories. Televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, tumble dryers, cooking appliances, air conditioners, dishwashers, professional displays, digital solutions, electric vehicle chargers, automotive electronics, and battery solutions. 2,300 engineers and R&D staff, scientists, and 20,000 employees help spin the wheels at these massive factories. Every detail of the production process is prepared by engineers and transferred to flexible production lines made ready for any and all sizes. Vestel's infrastructure allows for changes based on what is needed, and 90% of all the televisions it exports are produced this way. With innovative software solutions for display technology in collaboration with rich connected content providers, Vestel designs and manufactures fast, interactive, and user-friendly TV control interfaces for the next generation of TVs. With a focus on energy efficiency, reliability, and the use of recyclable materials, Vestel continues to innovate environmentally friendly technology to create a better future for the world. Vestel is one of the world's leading manufacturers of refrigerators with a capacity to produce 4,900,000 a year. Its built-in and freestanding refrigerators produce record-breaking energy savings and low noise levels. Vestel is one of the world's leading washing machine manufacturers with a capacity to produce 3,800,000 washing machines and 1,200,000 tumble dryers a year. Besides the 2,500,000 production capacity in dishwashers, Vestel produces up to 2,700,000 cooking appliances every year. Vestel is Europe's largest consumer electronics and home appliances manufacturer, and as such is constantly working towards excellence in production. With fully automated factories, it uses Industry 4.0 to progress even further into the future. Vestel has created its own ecosystem. With IoT smart home devices, everything in a Vestel smart home is connected to make life easier. Like voice-controlled televisions and refrigerators that can interact with each other. In an environment where everything is part of the smart connected world, Vestel produces smart factories and factory components for the future. Every day, Vestel's investments help it increase its automation levels and develop the way robots, machines, and workers interact with one another. With a move to Industry 4.0, mobility and connectivity technology form important pillars of Vestel's digital transformation. Vestel establishes smart factories on the production side. It also focuses on providing for consumers through smart living and smart city applications. At Vestel Dark Factories, all processes like production, storage, and transportation are fully automated, which means there's no need for extra lighting and heating, thus increasing productivity and efficiency. With EVC smart charging units, Vestel is quickly becoming a pioneer in the way technology changes and improves every aspect of modern life. Vestel produces up to 700,000 electric vehicle chargers per year. Vestel is able to design and manufacture in-vehicle display solutions, telematics, electronic control units, and electronic manufacturing services, EMS. Vestel offers customized battery solutions for vacuum cleaners, portable TVs, medical sector, e-bikes, and telecom industries. Vestel strives to have a say in our future as it garners worldwide recognition and awards in the fields of technology and innovation, design, capacity and efficiency in production, quality, and environmental awareness and sustainability. Vestel places great importance on sustainable development, which is why it collaborates with many national and international institutions and organizations, and particularly universities, regarding research and development. Vestel Ventures is established to support entrepreneurs engaged in research and development to help Vestel implement new technology. Vestel Venture aims to contribute to Vestel's global competitiveness by expanding its technological potential within this ecosystem. Vestel never runs out of energy. That's why it's been the leader in Turkish exports for the past 25 years. 35 million products are distributed worldwide from this factory with 900 business partners. Vestel's network has a broad global reach with 11 offices in more than 160 countries. That's how Vestel became the leading consumer electronics and home appliances producer in the world. Join the limitless power of Vestel. Vestel, limitless power.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 11th HbbTV Symposium. Please welcome Vincent Grivet, the chairman of the HbbTV Association.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to everybody for being here. It's a great pleasure to see everybody here, so many people, so many friendly faces that we tend to see at least once a year. Very, very happy to be with all of you in this great city of Naples. And I'm sure we're going to have a very exciting two-day symposium. As you know, this day will be a classical conference day. Tomorrow is going to be another experience, so be prepared for something different tomorrow. I think now I will hand over the management of our conference to two very skilled and charming people. So Julian and Anna Maria, please join me on stage, and I will entrust and leave this marvelous audience in your hands. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti a Napoli. Per me è un'emozione unica essere qui in questo momento e vi ringraziamo di esservi uniti a noi all'11ª edizione dell'HbbTV Symposium.
Welcome, welcome. I believe Anna Maria has said it all there. Welcome to the conference here in Naples with the world's most noisiest chairs by the sounds of things. We're going to make this symposium as interactive as possible. So if you're tweeting, or is that Xing these days, I'm not quite sure, then the hashtag to use for the event is HbbTV Naples. So use this, whatever you happen to be saying on social media. Now, to help you do this, there is a dedicated Wi-Fi network, and you're looking for HbbTV Wi-Fi by TV Extra. So thanks very much for them for organizing it. You don't need a password. It is a shared resource, though, so don't go downloading something to watch on the flight back during the course of the conference. Other people will be using the Wi-Fi at the same time as you. We're also using an interactive system called Slido. You probably used it at previous conferences for HbbTV and others as well. And we're going to be using that to poll you, our audience, on key subjects.
Yes. In fact, before starting the event, we want to test the system. So please, with your phone, visit www.slide.do and enter the code HbbTV Naples. So here we can find the first poll, and which is, what comes first to your mind when thinking about Naples? So I think that we can share also on the screen the poll.
I should probably move out the way here so you can see the screen. Wow, there we go.
So you can use this application when you want in order to deliver questions for our speakers, and then the moderator will share this question during the dedicated session for question and answer. So now we are waiting for the test result.
Why is nobody voting for Pompeii? If you know your history, you should be worried about Pompeii and thinking about it.
Because the pizza is very famous. So now we want to give you some more instructions.
Pizza, 73%. Who'd have thought it? Right, lunch and coffee will be available just outside, all along the exhibit area with our sponsor booths as well. And tonight, after a short break of a couple of hours to freshen up, the HbbTV Awards ceremony are going to be held at the Abasida Ballroom on this same floor. Just follow the signs. It's going to start at 9 o'clock, something we're really looking forward to. And the other thing I should quickly mention as well, because I know you'll be getting lots of facts and figures here during the course of the day, all of the presentations will be available shortly after the event.
Yes.
We see the final results of the poll now.
I think yes.
We go back to slide. There we go.
The pizza. The winner is pizza.
I see Pompeii as yes. That's you keep an eye on Pompeii. But look at that, pizza, 59%. We shouldn't really be surprised. Actually, we may have some more slightly more complicated.
It's not a surprise for me. Okay, today we have a few moments. We start with our sponsor who made possible this event, and we want to thank our sponsors. Then, thank you from Paul Gray. We'll receive the last update regarding the market and last news.
Then this afternoon, we're going to have a session on targeted advertising, which many people believe will have the greatest impact on the digital television sector over the next few years. And then a second panel session on how HbbTV is enabling new distribution methods and services.
Yes, and in the end, we have a special presentation from Giorgio Grippi, Director of Audiovisual Media Services Director at HGCOM. So I think that now we can introduce our sponsor. A special welcome to all our sponsors who made possible this event. So in particular, the gold sponsor and the platinum sponsor. Here we have BMT, Couchplay, MyStreaming, RTI, Nagra, OBS, Resilient, Smith, and Kineton. Now we would like to invite them to have their 1 minute elevator speech, and we want to start with BMT.
So please join me in welcoming Mr. Frank Stressler, who's the Managing Director of Bayerischer Medientechnik, which is the technical service provider from Bavaria and Germany.
Yes,
Frank, get us underway. Yeah, please, the podium there.
Okay. Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Buongiorno, signore e signori. My name is Frank Stressler. I'm the Managing Director of BMT, and we have been experts in the field of digital broadcasting since almost 30 years. And here at the HbbTV Symposium, we are focusing two topics. One is the DVB-I pilot project in Germany. You'll hear more from this at 3 p.m. from my colleague Rainer Bien. And the second topic is our HbbTV rating monitor. You can see here that's that's for media planning, a program and analysis tool for media and program planning. This analysis tool provides real-time data for measurement of solutions for TV stations, for the audience measurement, and it's almost important for TV stations who are not available, almost focusing on elevated data in real time, and they become data from our HbbTV rating monitor. You can see both of these products on our booth number 8, and you can ask for more questions for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you. And now is the turn of Coach Play. Here we have Antonio Vincestable, co-founder and MD at Coach Play. Please.
Thank you.
Welcome on the stage.
Buongiorno and good morning and good morning. We're Couchplay. We have a simple business case bringing games to TV and having the broadcasters generating new videos, having more content and happier customers. So have fun, look around at our booth, and the only thing I can say, what we do is we have a new solution for more fun in the living room. We will show it, sample for the show, and thanks that we do part of the show.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, our next speaker is from Mainstreaming. We got Dan, last minute change. So good to see you, Dan. So time for your 1 minute elevator pitch.
Buongiorno, good morning, ciao a tutti. My colleague, sorry, I don't know if you got staged right. He said he had a call, so I'm going to take the spot. We're from Mainstreaming. We're very excited to be back here at HbbTV again, especially because it's in our home country of Italy. A lot of our partners already know us. If you don't, Mainstreaming is an intelligent media delivery company. We're a CDN, so we focus on video streaming and we support everything that has to come along with HbbTV. Our main focus is quality experience, return on investment, and then delivering the best streaming qualities to our end customers. So if you haven't met us already in the past, please come and visit our booth. We're right inside the main hall. We're the first booth on the right-hand side, and we look forward to meeting everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now is the turn of RTI. Here we have Fabio Guarnaccia, Strategic Marketing Manager at RTI. Please welcome on stage, Fabio. Buongiorno.
Buongiorno a tutti. I imagine that everyone here knows Mediaset and its commitment to open standards such as HbbTV. This year, we are proud to announce 2 major leaps forward in our main application. One is TA, target advertising, and the other one is the transmission, the distribution of linear channel over IP via HbbTV standard with the very helpful HbbTV application. In fact, the TA is now live with a major manufacturer with a great penetration in the market, as my colleague Andrea Conte from Publitalia will tell you later. And my other colleague, Alberto Bruno, show us the first trial to market. So we are talking about the real world. We are very, very proud for this evolution. Our HbbTV trial to market is now real. And if you want to see something more, besides what we are saying in a few minutes, we are waiting for you at our booth number 2. See you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Fabio.
Thank you very much, Fabio. We're now going to have the next representative of our gold sponsors. And so please join me in welcoming Ms. Glenda Vitali, who is Sales Manager at Nagra. Glenda, where are you now? There we go. Excellent. Now, you always take up your minute walking from the back to the front, don't you?
now because it's to support this collaborative approach. So we will continue. We think that this opportunity is converging with the TV and with the key players of the sector to enrich the user experience.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
We proceed with our long list of sponsors. Please welcome to Jason Nash, General Manager TV at OBS. Please. Thank you.
Jason Nash from Software. We're here today presenting Android TV emulator running on a desktop PC, which you can pleased to see. At the moment it's running compliant to the 2.0.3 standard. In the next few weeks we'll be releasing the 2.0.4 as well, which introduce things like DVBI and accessibility and new features that are coming along. Main advantage is that you can complete within a desktop environment. You can load the tools, you can run it on the desktop as it would appear on the end device, and you have access to all the people development tools as well, so you can see what's going wrong with the application, taking out debug it in a nice friendly environment. Please come on to our booth, have a look at the coffee breaks. I think we also have a conference session tomorrow, so if you're interested, we're keen to get some feedback. This is the first version, so any button project, you go along and see the HB.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jason. Now, our next sponsor is Resilient, and we're going to be welcoming Bob Campbell, who's Director of Engineering at Resilient. Bob, the floor is yours.
Call me a little bit uncultured, but I did vote pizza in the poll. Hoping to find out a little bit more about Naples and what else is there. We're here to show off our leading HbbTV conformance tool, Lugana, which supports DVBI, targeted advertising. We have a new DVBI test suite. We have capabilities to parallelize testing and automate testing for device manufacturers. So implementing all of the features on devices that all of you broadcasters here really care about, to come see how that's done. We're also showing live and ongoing monitoring and automated application testing for a whole range of different customers that we work with, making sure your applications work and are performing and are continuing to deliver value to your viewers. Really important, obviously, across platforms, not just HbbTV, but also all smart TV app platforms as well. So that's what we're showing. Come see us. We're just around the corner on the way into this room. Thank you.
Thank you. Next sponsor company is Smith. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Richard Lee, Senior Project Manager at Smith.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Richard Lee from Smith. It is an honor for me to attend this symposium. Thanks to the HbbTV Association and Comunicare Digitale, the end user needs a simple and convenient way to start their TV. How can TV manufacturers regain control of the remote control instead of just being used as a display screen? How can container providers securely present their high-value programs to the end user? More importantly, how to meet these needs in a low carbon environment and promote the HbbTV industry. SMIT has always been committed to serving industry partners and bring solutions to them. Please turn your attention to SMIT, and we are looking forward to communicate with you. Wishing everyone a pleasant experience and this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're almost at the end of our sponsors, and we're going to close with the most valuable of all at platinum level, and it's Kineton. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Pedro Valenta, who is the International Development Manager at Kineton. Pedro, thank you so much for your sponsorship, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Julian, and buongiorno, good morning, buenos dias to everybody. And we are very glad that this symposium is held in Naples, because Naples is where Kineton was established back in 2017. And actually our business and media industry started going around with a TV set enabled with HbbTV to show to our potential customers the potential of HbbTV and the value that it could have brought to their business. And we're happy today to be the platinum sponsor of this event. And of course, we have a big booth in the food room. And please come visit us. We have different products. We have grown. We have done a long journey since 2017. So now we are showing products for audience measurement, a test harness for validating the devices, TV sets and set-top boxes. We have solutions for targeted advertising. So please come over and we will be more than happy to show you everything. So welcome to Naples.
Thank you, Pedro. Well done. Very good. One last big applause for all of our sponsors. Thank you all.
Well, thank you very much to all of the sponsors who make the event possible. It's now time to enter into the conference with the chairman of the HbbTV Association, Vincent Grivet. Vincent will deliver his State of the Nation keynote on the achievements and the future outlook for HbbTV. Vincent.
Please, a big applause for him.
Thank you. Thank you, Julian. Thank you. So that's going to be a challenge, because you know that I tend to speak for long. And this year, my speaking time has been divided by 2 or 3. So that's going to be a challenge. In order to make it a little bit shorter, I think if I had to summarize our environment, I would simply say it's more of the same. And the good news is that I think every big trend that is shaping our environment is making HbbTV super relevant and even necessary. What are these trends? Number one, watching TV remains super important, and watching TV happens mainly on a large TV screen. This is obvious to the professionals here, but many people thought that TV would go away because people were doing social networks, or that people would watch TV on a small screen. That's not true. People watch TV and they watch it on a big screen. So what we do here is relevant. Of course, TV watching is changing a lot. And a big element of that change is, of course, that there is more streaming. And by the way, HbbTV is not ignoring that, of course, because HbbTV is fundamentally hybrid, which means that we care of both streaming and broadcast, and DVB-I, which is a good partner of HbbTV, is also very much geared towards streaming. But nevertheless, linear and broadcast TV are not dead, and in most countries, linear broadcast remains actually bigger than streaming. Of course, streaming is big, streaming is growing, but linear and broadcast are still very important in usage and in value. And it is so important that streaming is changing, and actually the streaming champions like the Netflix, etc.,
they are actually absorbing the codes, the DNA of broadcast TV, which is linear and ad-funded. And these two things are so important that the streaming giants are absorbing these key features of broadcast. And streaming, as we learn from a number of publications now, streaming is not without raising some environmental or even economic concern. Streaming is using the telecom networks, and the telecom networks are not for free. And that is maybe a question mark that is floating on the perpetual growth of streaming. And then there is another situation that continues to develop, which I had already mentioned in my presentation last year, is that the market becomes a little bit worried by the very, very strong domination of a handful of gatekeepers, and the market is looking for solutions and situations where the dominance of those gatekeepers is not for granted. And in this environment, again, that is my strong belief, and I believe that it is also your belief, that we are really entering, and maybe we already are, in a moment where streaming and broadcast are co-leading the world of TV. And I think this co-leadership is installed for quite a long time, and I think that HbbTV is the core and the great technology to manage that co-leadership. I would still like to point to 3 items from 23, which are my specials of the day. My first observation is that the broadcasters tend to accelerate to establish an OTT presence and a D2C presence on TV screen. 2 examples, UK broadcasters announcing Freely. Maybe it's too early to learn a lot today on Freely, but I hope that next year and in the coming weeks we can learn a lot on Freely. I find it a super game changer, a very, very interesting move in the UK market. And in France, and there is nothing HbbTV in this initiative now, but TF1, which is the largest commercial broadcaster in France, they have announced a major reshaping of their strategy towards OTT. Nothing HbbTV now here, but I have good hopes that one day this is going to be HbbTV driven as well. But to me, these are 2 good examples of the broadcasters accelerating their presence as OTT players, and there are dozens of those. Second thing is the rush and the need for addressable in linear TV. And this is going to be one of the key messages in this symposium. HbbTV is very much taking care of addressable in linear, and this is a very important thing. This is evidenced by the growth of the so-called smart or the fast channels advertising revenue. This is evidenced also in this TF1 announcement. The TF1 CEO has been very explicit that one of the reasons for him to move to an OTT strategy is that because he had hopes that doing streaming and addressable in linear, he would enjoy a CPM which would be 5 times what he's enjoying in broadcast TV. And there are many signals of that, for instance, in Germany, where RTL recently announced that unfortunately they suffered a big decrease of their classical linear advertising revenue, but they are enjoying a good, robust growth. And maybe to share a very personal event on that. This is a room where, well, I'm glad that we have significant non-male presence, but I can see still a lot of male above 50 years. And recently I received a totally spontaneous call from a lady below 30 years, and she was inquiring about doing addressable advertising with HbbTV. So this is anecdotic, but I think it tells a lot that now HbbTV is identified in the market as a technology that is suitable for addressable advertising in linear and addressable advertising in linear is super important. And the third focus, maybe very quickly, is the desire of the market to go towards open worlds. As you know, in Europe, we have this new regulation, Digital Market Act, which is in the early days of implementation. And there has been a number of gatekeepers which have been designated. For the time being, these gatekeepers are not operating in the TV world, but nevertheless, we know them. And one thing that has been announced by Apple, who is one of those gatekeepers recently, is that whether they like it or not, they felt that they would be forced to open side loading. Side loading is what they have been refusing for so many years, where they insisted that any application that you got on your iPhone would be obtained from the Apple App Store. Now they are preparing for side loading. And I think one way of looking at it, looking at HbbTV, is that HbbTV is a clean and organized side loading option. It's a way that is not piracy, it's organized, it is safe, and it allows to bring applications into the TV set without necessarily going through an app store. So etc. And we have acquired only one new member, YouView. I don't know if YouView is represented here. Warm welcome to YouView anyway. I know that we have two new members in the pipe, and very soon they will be announced, and we're very happy with that. We are now 69 members, which would be great if we could go back in the 70s. We have reinitiated our pre-COVID life with the HbbTV Plugfest. We had 3 of those, one in London in February, one in Berlin in June, and one here in Naples in October, and I think they've been very successful. We are working to improve HbbTV. I see that there is some time pressure with people coming on stage. So I need to rush to finish, but still I want to share those events on HbbTV with you. We have launched last year, you remember, 2 study mission groups, and they have delivered. One of them is about EZoo, where we're creating a possibility to have an easier access to remote TV sets, to test apps, and this is going to be announced very soon. And we have the one on international alignment, which continues to work. What's going to happen in 23? A lot of things. We will continue the normal operations. We're going to improve the test maintenance. I mentioned it is a potential concern, and we're going to work very hard on that to have more efforts on the maintenance and the reliability of the test suite. It may need more money, by the way. We are engaged now in the process to capture the requirements for 205. You will have an opportunity to vote and to shape the 205 specification, so it's very important that you get involved in that. We will produce, hopefully, and publish the 205 specification, and a key element of that 205 will be the integration of DRM, which becomes so important. We may cooperate with US stakeholders, which is going to be a world first, to cooperate for tests that we may have in common. And we will have a new steering group election in July, so please make sure to plan to participate in the vote or in the General Assembly in July. So this is my too long presentation. Apologies to the organization. I think in summary, really, HbbTV specification is very fit to serve the world of TV as it changes, and we are very committed to continue to do it, and we can do it only if you participate like you participate today, and thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent.
Vincent, thank you very much. It's always very difficult telling the chairman of an organisation that is slightly overrunning. We won't be so lenient with everybody else. Now, it's time to welcome the co-host of this year's conference, the Italian Association Comunicare Digitale. They're hosting us here in the wonderful city of Naples. Since 2003, Comunicare Digitale's main aim has been the promotion, communication and project implementation of new digital technologies, media development and connecting models to generate economic and cultural opportunities.
Yeah, they are specialized in digital media events, workshop, tech talk. For me, it's a pleasure for me to present Andrea Michelozzi.
Buongiorno. Thank you so much. Apart from the classic welcome, I could say this morning, Günaydin, to the Turkish people that come in here, Günaydin. And Kalimera Filimi, to my beloved Greek friends. Dear President Grier, HbbTV Steering Group, beloved sponsor delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy to welcome you in this wonderful city of Naples. We are more than happy to be here to this edition of Symposium in the city of the first university of the world, when Frederick II in 1224 decided to open the knowledge, the formation, and the appropriation knowledge for the words. Here where Spanish and French went crazy, knowing that every day is a new experience. In the city of the great music, you decided for the pool, the pizza, Pompeii, and there are. But you remember also Le Mio, for example. Or cinema. If you put in that pool a name that represents Naples everywhere, Sophia Loren. And another very key factor is the city of Maradona, or the last championship with Guevara. It's the city, for sure, of emotions. I know that this is the extraordinary opportunity for all of us when the entire Europe and much more than Europe meets to throw their hearts beyond infinity, sharing their experience, knowledge, networking, and consolidated great experience and excellence in the media industry and technologies. I just told you that Naples is emotion. It's true, Paul, is emotion, right? For sure. The reason belongs entirely in the humanity of the people, when I have always looked to all of you. Since the Rome edition, you remember Marco Pellegrinato in 2017, the first in Italy? And during that years, whatever it has been, we started a relation very strong to satisfy the needs of sponsor, of request of the industry, to connection of the network, to make a sort of great empathy each other's. With many of you, we recognized ourselves first as similar, as allies, then as partners in some way, and we trust each other's. In conclusion, I'm very deeply grateful to all of you, to Jorn Krieger for his amazing work, to Jessica Di Costanzo for an amazing organization support, to Lorenzo for the activities, and Angelo Pettazzi. I want to say a very big thanks to Kineton, wonderful company that expresses the worth, passion, enthusiasm, strong determination of this city, to all the members of HbbTV Association. When in 600 before Christ, this city born with the name Neapolis, that means new city. After 2,600 years, it does not give up its ambitions, follow the spirit, and yields let courage away with passion and joy. It's the only way to know heaven on the earth where all the miracles are possible. Thank you so much from my deep of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Andrea. Fantastic introduction. Thank you very much. Now, we're at a kind of tradition now for the HbbTV Symposium since, well, forever really. Our very good friend, Paul Gray from Omedia, top research organization, has brought us his review of global TV markets and trends with the Global TV Market Review TV address.
Please welcome on the stage, Director Research and Analysis Home Devices at Omedia, Paul Gray. So please, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Anna Maria and Julian, and it's great to be back here again, and I'm also really pleased to have pulled off the trick that I also managed in Athens, which was to bring the weather of Glasgow with me, but never mind. Very, very quickly, I know that time is extremely short. I'm also relying for this presentation on research done by my very good colleagues who also work on advertising and TV and video media. So I'm not an expert on all these things. I try and pull them together. We're always happy to discuss in more detail. I will emphasize that all the slides that I'm showing, and it's going to be very fast through them, they are available to download afterwards. So don't worry if you miss them and they're too fast. I'd also like to thank Vincent for highlighting the key issues, which I'm going to expand on a little in my talk. And first of all, in Western Europe and Eastern Europe, then we are in the recovery stage. The last 2 quarters have seen the annual run rate go flat, which is, I guess, a good sign that it's no longer falling. And we look forward, especially with the Olympics and Euro 24 next year, to see TV markets begin to pick up again. First of all in Western Europe and also in the non-Russian part of Eastern Europe. Consumers this summer have been very, very selective in their spending. You just have to look at the results of airlines to know that consumers did a lot of revenge travel and they spent their money on holidays that they hadn't been able to do from previous years. That also meant they were pretty selective about everything else, and in particular, I think we saw the delayed replacement of TVs over the summer. I hope that if the weather continues to be terrible, then people will stay at home and buy TVs, and that will rescue my forecast. But really what I wanted to do was talk a little bit about what else is going on in the TV market. This time last year when I spoke, we were beginning to see the birth of new business models in TV, in particular around content and delivery and consumption and platforms. And this year has seen those begin to mature, and we've really begun to see how people's strategies are playing out. And the first bit I'd like to talk about is two companies in the US, in particular Vizio, which is a TV brand, and they pivoted in the last few years really to make all their money out of software, out of services and data and advertising, and to sell the TV hardware at cost. Alongside that, also Roku have a small presence in Europe and a few other places. They are really following advertising money. They will only enter markets very, very deliberately where there is enough advertising to support their business of advertising and data. And they aim, again, basically to sell TVs at close to zero margin. Also, remember, they have a very, very large business in HDMI sticks, and they make money out of those advertising data and services. And the other point is that we've now seen that North America, which is a very, very advertising-centric culture, 40% of all the advertising money on the planet is spent in North America. Yeah, so the other 7 billion of us are the other 60% of advertising spend in the world. But the smart TV advertising market in the US is bigger, has a higher value each year than the TV set market. So you can see that no longer can we think about that market in terms of hardware sales. This is looking more like a pay TV business, and we're beginning to analyze companies in it in terms of things like churn, okay, because it's all about the installed base now. Black Friday last week, 65-inch TVs, $228. 75-inch was, I think, $399 in some places and certainly $499. And on a smart TV in the US, if you get it right, there's about $100 of recurring revenue probably available to you. Okay, so that is massive. You have hit the jackpot and won again and again and again by comparison with the hardware margin. So this is now turning into a new kind of world. Europe is not the same. Advertising revenues are much lower. It's very, very different by country, but it's coming. It's not going to be such an open and shut case, but we're beginning to see the winds of change, in particular in the UK and Germany, and then the third one is going to be Italy, where there's still very high value, relatively, advertising markets. As Vincent said, France is rather different. TV advertising rates in France are quite low. So it's going to be very selective by country, needs a big country and a high value advertising market. And just for a bit of fun, as we're in Italy, then just looking at another part of monetization, TV brands can sell buttons on their remote control, and it's about €1 a button for your service. Some services you have to put the button on, like Netflix. It's part of the certification, but we now have brands actually selling the buttons off. And you can see that Vizio has 7 buttons for sale. On that. But it's beginning to happen even in Europe, and this is Italy. So you'll see different remote controls with different buttons on it for each country now. In the US, there's a company called Telly who are offering free TVs. All you have to do is sign up and promise to connect your TV to their services. They claim that they want 500,000 subscribers by the end of the year. They will need to raise at least $250 million to do that. And to make the numbers work, we reckon that they would have to get $40 to $50 a year out of their consumers. And we don't see this really quite adds up. The sort of people who are motivated by free TVs are probably not the best advertising audience. But it'll be interesting to watch and see what happens. And I'm happy to discuss around over coffee or other times about some of these things. But people are trying all kinds of really extreme business models. And you can see there are a lot of different ways that people can actually make money out of TVs, but also people are beginning now to offer different business models and to share their revenues. So platforms are now beginning to share revenues with advertisers. We know that TiVo have been very explicit about it, and we know that Roku in particular is partnering with retailers. Roku is by far the leading platform in the US now, and we've seen retailers really take it to their hearts, especially with white label products. The interesting thing is when we talk to consumers, and I'm very grateful for my colleagues in connected devices research, is that we had a big surprise in April of this year, which is consumers actually said their number one, and this is Europe, their number one consideration now was the platform. It may be that it's an after-purchase feeling that they found that some platforms were better than others and they wish they could have tested it out in store. I think it's very hard for retailers to do that. And in many countries, then we're seeing 30% of TVs sold over the internet. So that's doubly hard to try that out. But it's certainly becoming much more important to consumers now, which I think is a good thing for HbbTV. I'll leave that one just for the handout afterwards. And so on to TV services, which is what I want to leave you with. With fast channels, you generally have to go into the app and you have to go into the silo. And it's like opening up a lid, looking inside, closing it, exiting it, looking in the next one. It's very, very painful. And there is nowhere in this that the voice of the consumer and the needs of the consumer are being respected. And I think that's very, very dangerous. But it's also a huge opportunity, I think, for HbbTV and DVBI. Put them together and suddenly you can start finding easy ways to do search and have a neutral platform. And if there's one thing to learn from Roku's success, it's that neutral platforms have done very, very well. So I think there are three things to leave you with as thoughts, which are the opportunities for HbbTV. The first one is how can HBB be part of representing the needs, wishes, and interests of the consumer who just wants to watch TV, who wants to find or have recommended to them the things that they like most and that they care about, rather than the things that a particular TV provider wants to put in front of them. I think also HBB provides a huge opportunity, which we're already seeing taken up very definitely by broadcasters, which helps them bridge into streaming, and where consumers are unaware of the technology and just enjoy the content they care about most. And I think the third question, which I think is something that this conference needs to think about and try and answer, is how do you survive and manage and succeed in a world where TV brands are more motivated by their hardware, by their software and advertising revenues than they are by selling good hardware. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Can I quickly ask a quick question with regards to the US market? I feel like it's going Gillette razors, where you get a relatively cheap razor and then you spend a fortune on blades. The blades, in this instance, being the advertising or being the services that you get with your, if you like, Gillette TV you've just purchased.
Absolutely, or printer cartridges.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. And I think this is in many ways particularly dangerous for TV brands, that we're seeing high-end, high-performance, high-value TVs, which offer a really, really good experience, end up being really, really seriously compromised by just this urge to get things out. And I think the best one is it's like the car market. If every car becomes a taxi, you know, they're all going to be yellow and they're all going to have a light on the roof. And where is the space for sports cars in that? So I think even for TV brands, it's a very, very dangerous pact for them.
Interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
And don't forget to use Slido, by the way, during the course of the conference to ask your
For
own
the questions, yeah. Now we are looking for the state of the nation from the HbbTV technical specification point of view with John Pising, the HbbTV Vice Chairman and Chairman of the HbbTV Specification Working Group. He will give us an overview of the progress of the specification development.
Please welcome John Pising.
Hello. Good afternoon. Yes, I think it is just
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
Yes. I ran through this earlier, it took 8 minutes. So I did check. So if we can have the slides. It's not my fault. Can we? Yeah, could we have my slides, please? I sent them in. I got an acknowledgement from Jörn saying they had been received. Not my fault.
How well
honest.
can you go without your slides, John? There we go. That's just what we need. Off we go.
Right. Does the clicker work? Okay, next, please. So this is a quick update on our specifications and some of the related activities. Next slide, please. So some of you will have seen this slide before. This is our specification workflow. So we have a requirements group that develops requirements. We have a specification group that I chair that writes the specifications and the unit tests. We have a supplier evaluation group that evaluates quotations for materials. We have a testing group that organizes the review and acceptance of tests. And we have an improving interoperability task force that collects feedback on interoperability issues in the market. The chairs of a number of those groups are present here. I think the requirements group is missing. I'm here for the spec group. The testing group is here, Van is here, and IITF Bob is here. Right, next slide, please. So Vincent mentioned the possibility of an HbbTV 205. So there's a list of candidate new features being compiled, so new video codecs, new updated web standards and stuff. Also candidate features to be dropped or made optional. There's one new feature already decided, which is DRM, if we can move on. The vote has just started of the HbbTV membership that's open until January the 9th. So when the vote closes, the results will be analysed. There's two choices to be made. One is to identify which candidate new features have support across the whole value chain, so both broadcasters and manufacturers. And are there enough new features with enough support to justify creating a 205? You're not going to do a 205 just for one feature. 204, published by Etsy. There's an overview available as well. If we look quickly at the highlights, so there's integration with TV operating system accessibility support. There's integration with DVBI that we'll hear a lot more about later in the conference, and integration with a voice assistance, plus smaller features, errata and deprecations. If we can go on, please. So the OPAP spec, the updated OPAP spec is published. There's an overview available. There's two main sets of features here. One is lessons learned from the early OPAP deployments like HD+. I think we have Raj here. We have representatives from HD+ here as well. And there's OTT linear services streamed by the OPAP, which you could do a bit before, but the key new feature here is the ability to overlay a red button app on top of the linear service. And there's some new stuff as well, smaller stuff as well. Okay, if we go on, other specifications. So we've mentioned DRM a couple of times. We are doing a DRM guidelines document that will say more about the integration between HbbTV and DRM. So this can be referenced by HbbTV 205 and by national platforms or operators. It will provide guidance for content providers, platforms, operators, implementers. It captures a lot of lessons learned about HbbTV and DRM. TA, there's nothing change until we get enough bug fixes reported, and ADB2, no change until we get enough bug fixes reported. Moving on. So the test suite is mostly stable. Vincent gave you a little graph earlier, about 2,800 tests total with about 2,300 approved. Probably the biggest issue around at the moment is that some workflow issues around the media for the TA tests are still under investigation. One new thing we're looking at is some MSE media playback tests from CTA that are under review. We've executed these on devices in our July and October plugfests. You can get a recording of it running on your device if you're an implementer. These will find things like video decoder stalls, frames dropped, errors switching between 1080p 25 and 1080p 50. And they expect the first release from CTA soon. We ordered new tests for 204 and for the audio watermark only from ADB2. The 204 tests are being delivered and reviewed, and that also includes DVBI test material that can be used without HbbTV. Also, the beginnings of the watermark tests are being delivered. One of the things we've done to try and improve the quality of the tests is we've commissioned minimum implementations of new features to accelerate test acceptance and break the chicken and egg deadlock that tests need to be validated on implementations, and implementers won't start until there are tests. These are extensions to ORB from Ocean Blue, who you can see outside. Improving interoperability. So we have the -DRM ref app. We've got a number of additions there, including things like multi-DRM, so PlayReady Widevine, PlayReady SL3000 hardware DRM. When we started, it seemed there were no test content for that in an HbbTV context at all. AES CBCS encryption mode, which is the Apple-friendly encryption mode. Persistent licenses, it seems are important in a number of business models, but actually are completely ignored by implementations in many cases. They still request a license, which sort of makes them irrelevant. Key rotation. A number of 2023 TV sets have been added to the zoo for testing, and I'll show you a little bit of that later. We have a developer portal, which is a joint creation with the Marketing and Education Developer Group. Thank you very much, Angelo, for your efforts on that one as well. That contains easy access to the API documentation, some things on mistakes to avoid, some tutorials. Another thing that we've just been working on is the -IF validator for pointing out errors in people's Dash content. So this is a collaboration of ATSC, CTA, -IF, DVB, and HbbTV. It's been re-architected for greater reliability, and there have been a number of releases fixing bugs, particularly HbbTV bugs. I appreciate you probably won't be able to read this, but I thought I'd put something in anyway. This is the kind of anonymized results we get from the -IF, from the reference app. So I picked the two extremes. So at the top, you will see there's a number of 2017 models where you will notice things like SL3000 don't work, but then in 2017, that's hardly surprising. And then at the bottom, I filtered for the 2023 models, and you can suddenly see that the new stuff is working a lot better. And this is the kind of result we get from our supplier. They're not just making an app, they're actually they're actually testing the app and the content on real TV sets that are in the market. So, with 2 minutes, 40-something seconds left, that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much indeed, John. Lots going on, it seems.
Yep. Yes? Any questions for me, or?
I don't think so, which is
Okay.
surprising,
Then I'll
really.
run away.
Not at the moment.
We encourage people to use Slido so we can get a few questions in if we can, which would be rather good, and hopefully we can come to some of those later on. We do, however.
Yes. Before our session panel, we have a question for you on Slido, so please come on the Slido. And the question is, What will be the most important driver for the HbbTV in the next year?
Let's see if we can bring that up. There we go.
HbbTV TA, DVBI, HbbTV OPR, and ADB2.
Well, I'm pleased that TA has come out on the top, at least so far. Oh dear, I don't know, neck and neck really with... I was about to say I'm pleased to say it's TA because I'm doing a panel on it, but maybe we should do one on DVBI instead.
Yeah.
Although I'm sure that's going to come up later as well. As it settled down. It's not going to settle down, is it? We might have to come back to that later and see where we end up.
I think they work together.
It's neck and neck. It's exciting, like a Grand Prix race, isn't it?
With the same step.
Okay, let's go on, shall we, whilst that's doing its thing. Let's go on to our panel session now, and we're going to enter into a few aspects of the technology behind HbbTV. Some will be technical presentations, and others will come from a more commercial standpoint from a number of European countries, all of them focused on the HbbTV technology. We're going to start with audience reach and program analysis and invite Olish Schläger, who is Head of Technology, Media Management and Public Relations for the Bavarian Regulatory Authority for New Media, BLM, will start us off.
Thank you very much. Is the presentation, the slider, working again or not? Any idea? Hello everybody, buongiorno tutti. Let's wait for the slides. I will like to present two aspects of HbbTV measurement for local and regional TV programs. There are no slides available. Part 1 is program analysis, and part 2 will cover audience reach measurement. This topic was part of the presentation, the preparation video conference last Tuesday. The colleagues from Conodrec and maybe others in Europe are dealing with the same problem, and we'll come back to this in the second part of the presentation. So just before, let me start with the aspects of program analysis. Here you can see a day divided into 15-minute blocks from a Bavarian local TV station. It's 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. next day, so it starts with the evening on the left side. Important is we measure just the usage of minimum 1 minute or more, so we don't have zapping on it. It's just real usage, minimum 1 minute. In the peaks, you can see local news on this channel, and at the very left, there's a pretty long show for this local channel with a duration of 105 minutes. You can easily see the decreasing interest of the audience within this show. Another topic, there's a 15-minute commercial break at 5 p.m. early evening, and this even marks not the highest interest in this time around. So as long as you know the content, which is behind these columns, you can really do good information. You can bring out good information on this measurement. Here and in the following slides, I will keep silence about the absolute values. You might agree with me. Most of the measurement tools offer, beside the number of devices in the time slots, information on transmission channel, duration of usage, device manufacturer, and HbbTV versions, and so on. On the next slide, you can see another interesting factor, local news. This is the following day, same channel. There are 2 different local news shows that day. Both of them have higher value in the repetition than in the original or first show that day. So the identical content a little later has more devices and eventually even more viewers. We come back to this again. So what's the situation for local and TV regional stations in Germany regarding the audience reach? There are no individual values within the national video standard available, but there are several measurement systems via HbbTV on the market, such as Smart Clip, you have it on your lanyard, TV Inside Austria, or the colleagues from BMT presenting at the booth out there. The big challenge is an adjustment from measuring HbbTV to market standard. And I tried to figure this out here. Now this is the next slide. On one hand, we have the national standard, the so-called AGF panel with roughly 5,000 households at approximately 11,000 panelists. They present a sample of the population of 38.8 million TV households in Germany. Therefore, socio-demographics are available and it's a well-accepted value by all advertisers. On the other hand, we have almost 60% of all TV households with connected devices. Sure, not all of them are using HbbTV, but most of them. This is device, not person-based, and the measurement depends on the transmission ways. There is less DVB-C, no IP, and we estimate there is a dependency on year, region, age, and for sure affinity to digital services and devices. So what we do is looking for the key of transforming HbbTV measurement data into the level of national video standard. AGF is working on it, but until today there are no results published. The question is, which factor is the right one for the extrapolation? Our idea is to find out a real-time factor between the national video standard and all HbbTV measured data in Germany. This would lead to an approximation, including the behavior of all households, and would bring comparable data for selling ads. The result would be much better than having almost nothing on an actual, means daily or quarterly based data. Sure, there are uncertainties, but due to the high amount of devices, the statistical error is pretty small. And the idea is we try to calculate a real-time factor based on all available programs to extrapolate the HbbTV measured data for any single program. The gray scale here has, for example, the measurements of the national video standard. On the blue scale on the right, we have HbbTV devices for every single time slots. We measure a live extrapolation factor. So this calculating factor would help us very much for an estimation to avoid no rating, not even a zero rating. Actually, and I expect to be further on with this topic, we have several indicators that the overall factor, so not the real-time factor, but the overall factor used to be some month ago a value between 5 and 7. But I told you we hardly need this real-time factor. And finally, we'll still working on this project and let you know as soon as there are more results available. My time is over. Thank you very much e grazie a tutti.
Thank you. Thank you. So our next speaker is Daniel Silvey with HbbTV MEWG, optimizing broadcast broadband ad insertion and web VTT rendering. So Daniel Silvey, Scientist and Project Manager, Future Applications and Media, Fraunhofer Focus. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. Slides are already there, perfect. Yeah, so just a few words about myself. So I'm working in Berlin for Fraunhofer Focus. In the context of this presentation, what is probably relevant is that I'm the lead developer of the Dash.js project for approximately 4 years now. So my job is to add new features to the player, implement bug fixes, but also react to community feedback. So we're going to jump over this. So I'm going to talk about, I didn't mention this, optimizing broadcast broadband delivery, ad insertion, and WebPTT rendering. And I would like to start with an introduction on Dash.js. So for those of you who have dealt with Dash-based playback, you probably have heard about Dash.js. It's an open source player by the Dash Industry Forum for playback of MPEG Dash content, which means we take the MPEG specification, we take the Dash-IF IOP guidelines, and we implement new features. I really like this working model because me, personal as a developer, I can always reach out to the specification editors and ask for feedback if something is unclear. At the same time, they get feedback from ourselves. So if something in the specification is not working, if there are certain limitations on certain platforms, then we can always provide feedback to the editors directly. The Dash.js player is maintained by Fraunhofer Focus. I mentioned this in the beginning, so I'm the lead developer right now. But it's really a community-driven development, so lots of contributions are actually coming from the community. It's used as a reference client, I mentioned that, for standardization, but it's also a very prominent option for production-grade players. So Dash.js is used in production by the BBC, by the Deutsche Telekom, so you can more or less build your application on top of Dash.js and have a solid starting foundation. Second aspect I always like to highlight is that Dash.js is really also used for research purposes. So if you want to develop your own ABR algorithm, you can use Dash.js, you can compare it to the existing ones in the player, and then you have a good like baseline in order to do your own research. In the context of this symposium today, Dash.js is also included in the HbbTV reference application for Type 3 playback, which means playback via MSE and EME. I also put the link here in the slides if you're interested. Dash.js is open source, so it's available on GitHub. We are at version 4.7.2, preparing a new version by the end of this year. And we're also actively working on version number 5, which will include a lot of new features. Important is also Dash.js is written purely in JavaScript, and it uses the MSE and the EME. So if you want to use Dash.js, you need at least the media source extensions in order to enable the playback on the platform. If you want to enable DRM, you also need the EME. And we have various features in place, so ABR, multi-period, support for DRM. I'm not going to read through all of them. What's important is that we also implement latest features like CMCD, CMSD, or also content steering in order to steer your clients between different CDNs. One slide about the MSE and EME, because they are really the foundation of Dash.js-based playback also on HbbTV terminals. So the MSE is a W3C API that basically gives us the necessary interfaces to append media segments to the HTML5 video element. So that's how we achieve the adaptive behavior that we are aware of or that we know from, for instance, YouTube, Netflix, reacting to changes in the network throughput and then adjusting the quality. We get these APIs from the MSE. The MSE is supported since version 2.03 of the HbbTV specification, but I can only recommend to do your own tests if you want to fall back to MSE-based playback, because we even see it working on older devices, such as Samsung 2017, where we have HbbTV 1.5 available. And for means of completion, the EME, if you want to do DRM-based playback, extends the HTML5 media element, giving us control over the necessary APIs in order to communicate with the DRM platform, with the content decryption module. Also supported in HbbTV since version 2.01. If you want to do Type 1-based playback, so native playback, and it complements the MSE for Type 3 playback, so for MSE-based playback. So why would you use Dash.js on HbbTV terminals? So there's also the option to simply use the video element, feed your manifest file into the video element, and then have native playback without adding any application logic. Those are some things that are important in my mind. When you want to use Dash.js, you get the feature of extensibility, which means you have an open source code base that can easily be extended, and you can add, for instance, new subtitle formats. And I'm going to show an example on one of the upcoming slides. It's consistent, so as long as you have MSE support on your platform, you can basically get the same behavior on all of your different HbbTV terminals. From my personal experience, I know that Type 1 players can differ in terms of the features they support and also in terms of the MPD attributes they support. So ideally, you have one single player code base that gives you full control, and you get all of the features that you want to implement and provide for your customers. It's future-proof, so we implement latest features like CMCD, CMSD, content steering, and as we are aware of that, sometimes updates to the TV platforms, to the HbbTV terminals, they can be delayed if they even get any updates. So having a single code base with the latest features also gives you future-proof capabilities. Controllability, so you have full control over the player. The code is open source. If you want to change something, add something, you're free to do so. So for instance, you could change the ABR behavior of the player, and it's customizable. So you have very many settings in the player in order to control behavior of the player. For instance, limit the playback to a certain resolution or a bit rate. Everything is possible because there are a lot of interfaces and settings available for Dash.js. Last point I have on the slide is robustness and maintainability. So potential problems that you see also in the content itself, and you might not have control over the content, you can solve that on the client side by adding a fix on the client side, which you usually can't do if you have a native player that you can't control. So the main part that I wanted to highlight in this presentation is, or two features that we implemented specifically to be enabled on HbbTV terminals. The first thing is something that we did together with Arte, so it was a joint project. The idea here was to bring WebVTT support to HbbTV terminals. And if you look at the HbbTV specification, you will not find native support for the subtitle format. So it's obvious if you want to use this format, you need to implement it yourself. The problem at this point was you could not simply use Dash.js out of the box because we were relying on native rendering of the WebVTT subtitles, and this is something that we did not get on the platform. So what we had to do in this case in order to overcome this limitation is more or less implement all of the handling in the Dash.js player itself. So we trigger necessary events manually, we manage all of the different subtitle tracks that are in the manifest, and we also use an external library, in this case it's called VDT.js, for the rendering and the styling. And that way we were able to bring WebVTT support to more or less all of the devices that we tested. You can try it out yourself. It's available as a sample in the Dash.js sample section. And this is just an example that we took from our lab tests. So you can see here in the red border that everything is rendered. And if you would have native support, the WebVTT subtitles would show on the bottom. But in this case, they are showing on the top because we were comparing our implementation to the native one. One more slide, guys, before you kick me off the stage. Broadcast broadband ad substitution, something that you are probably aware of in the room here, the basic concept, so I'm really just going to be brief here. The idea is to replace broadcast ads with broadband ads. So you can have like personalized advertisements for your customers if the device supports HbbTV. The goal of this project that we did together with Google and Mediaset Spain was to improve the behavior, improve the performance, basically when doing the switch between broadcast and broadband. And the idea is pretty simple. So what you want to do in order to enhance this experience, perform a very fast transition between broadcast and broadband, you want to preload certain things. So you want to fetch your manifest file, parse it, download the media segments, and be more or less ready when the transition from broadcast to broadband is happening. The problem is that there are certain limitations, especially on older devices. So if you initialize MSE playback, then you will disturb the broadcast rendering. And this is the reason why we implemented a virtual buffer. So basically, we are passing the manifest file, we are downloading the segments, but we are not right away putting them into the MSE. We are putting them into a virtual buffer. And once this transition is happening from broadcast to broadband, we simply take the segments out of the virtual buffer and playback is immediately starting.
Thanks very much. I'm sorry.
One video. So
everybody always says one more.
left preload, right no preload. You will see a small difference here, approximately half a second, but this becomes even more visible on older devices. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, we've got so many presentations to get through.
Sorry.
Notice a couple of questions as well coming through on Slido, which is great. Keep them coming, and we'll do those at the end of the session. Our next speakers are from Turkey. We have Aylin Alonso Montero, who is TV Extra's Global Account Director, and Sesen Dunya, the Data Office Manager at Dogus Technologies, with an interesting speech on analytics and ratings.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your attention. First of all, I would like to say that we are really excited to be here and for this opportunity that you have given us. Well, also looking forward to co-host next year's symposium, hopefully in Turkey. First of all, I would like to briefly introduce TV Extra and where we stand today. TV Extra pioneered addressable TV advertising, and over the past year has experienced a rapid growth and development. We prioritize innovation and self-sufficiency. That's why we have made a strategic investment in developing real-time analytics, OTT portals, HbbTV apps, auto content and audio content recognition services, among other technologies, all of them being developed in-house. TV Extra's interactive addressable TV advertisement set a novel concept in Europe, with advertising going live in record time. We have a portfolio of more than 25 gamification ads and over 1,000 cases of interactive ads, including lead forms, QR scanning code directing to websites, or downloading apps, and all of that can be measured and reported. We reach an impressive number of 13 million households spread around Turkey, Azerbaijan, and other countries in the region. All of these via 94 broadcasters and working with 500 brands, running also more than 1,000 unique campaigns annually. TV Extra also has advertising applications that you can include in your portfolio. While we are doing a great job at the advertising work, we also have broadcaster analytic panels, and we keep developing constantly. The most technological advances had allowed us to make real some dreams and plans. That's why we are really excited to introduce you for the first time TV Extra panel, where we can estimate with a 90% accuracy TV digital rating. We have developed this TV Extra panel to address key challenges faced by advertisers and broadcasters. The platform aims to achieve business intelligence requirements and to elevate connected TV media plans through the integration of HBB data. Now, let's jump deeper into the features that set TV Extra panel apart. We provide a comprehensive 360 degrees view of the audience engagement with key features like connected TV, rating metrics, artificial intelligence-powered forecasted dating data, and social media listening. To have an overview of the dashboards, I would like to welcome my colleague, Sesen Dunya.
Thanks, Aylan. Okay, now let's see TV Extra panel. I will show data and examples that demonstrate the power of our platform. Our solution has comprehensive overview of total views, daily views, and active views in numerical formats. This platform enables a holistic approach to multifunctional analysis of media contents. First, our dashboard presents traffic data based on channels, content, genre, and cost, all broken down into 30 seconds intervals. With this feature, user can see the changes in time-based and also dynamically. Furthermore, our dashboard also organizes views from highest to lowest rating, depends on our parameters. Let's move another feature together. This screen has been designed for series to demonstrate external data metrics. It simplifies a comprehensive overview of social media interaction and digital ratings of TV series. It also provides an overview of online presence too. The platform assesses the emotional tone of digital reviews and comments it associated with each series, and also it can classify as positive or negative sentiments by using sentiment analysis. Those results are really important to create an action plan to increase your TV ratings. Now I would like to talk about our AI-powered and forecasted digital rating features. It's not just a tool, it's also a strategic advantage for your business. With our AI-based solution, we can forecast the digital ratings of the upcoming broadcast and offers you more than 90% accuracy, depends on competitors' channels, of course. Those digital metrics are coming from live traffic data and external data. So let me show you an example to you from our prediction results. As an example, here's a family secret series, and our system predicts a digital rating of 9.7 for the upcoming week, followed by a prediction 7.6 after 2 weeks. As you can see here, the rating goes down because of a soccer game effect on competitors' channel. So we can say that it means that our prediction results are acceptable because it considers all conditions in the same time. So looking ahead, we are working on to extend our model, AI-based model, not only for series, but also all kind of broadcasts, I can say. So as a result, our product will support you in reaching most relevant audience. Now I will give words to my colleague for conclusion. Thank you.
So while TV Extra is doing an excellent targeting advertising job, we also develop artificial intelligence, big data, and HbbTV analytics, features needed by the market today. We would love to explain further details in a coffee break if you have any questions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. So, thank you to our speakers. Thank you. Now is the moment at Luis Babus, researcher and senior project manager R&D at Fraunhofer Focus. The presentation name is HbbTV meets GTA, Wave Streaming Media Test Suite at Berlin Plugfest.
Back for more. We should expect you're standing in for a colleague, aren't you, for this session?
You're alone.
Yeah, they can't kick me off the stage, I guess. Okay, no, sorry, Luai had to go home. He has a family emergency, so I'm going to replace him. At least he had a good pizza yesterday, so it was worth coming already. Okay, so we're going to talk about HbbTV meets CTA Wave Streaming Media Test Suite at the Berlin Plugfest. Just a brief introduction to the CTA Wave Media Streaming Test Suite. So we can look at the different components. There are essentially 4 different components. So if you look at the right side here of the slide, you see the main workflow for the media test suite. It starts more or less with some mezzanine content, so you have some original content. Luckily, it's not only Big Buck Bunny, so there's also other content. This content gets annotated, and I'm going to show you an example afterwards, and then goes into the CTA mezzanine content pool. And from there, there are different media profile encodings. So we take the mezzanine content, we encode it in different formats. We verify the content, for instance, with the JCCP validator that John mentioned today. And then it serves as an input for the Wave test runner. And the Wave test runner takes not only the mezzanine content, but also some instructions in order to perform playback tests on HbbTV terminals or any other smart TV or terminal. The fourth component here is the CTA Wave observation framework. So basically there's also a camera in front of the TV or the end device that records the session. And then based on the observations during the session, there's also an evaluation being performed. So it's not only like programmatic evaluation, but also evaluation via the camera and then feeding that into another framework. So we're going to look at the individual components now, each one slide. So the mezzanine content, as I said, serves as an input for everything that comes afterwards. There's a dedicated Python script available that creates exactly these patterns that you can now see in the video. So we have some metadata available, like the current media timestamp, the current frame that is being rendered, the frame rate, and you also see these QR codes that are changing quite frequently. They contain the same information as the label on the bottom of the video, but they are readable by the observation framework in order to later check if all frames have been rendered, how large the startup time was, etc. So this is really information that helps later on with the evaluation. This mezzanine content is fed into the encoder and into the packager. There are different profiles being generated. You can see an example of the catalog that Wave has created here on the right side. So for instance, one output is the CMAF HD AVC profile with different AVC formats, AVC1, AVC3, and goes deeper into the encoding part. There are also individual audio-only streams, and they are also looking into DRM-based playback. So the second column here should show CNC, common encryption. I think right now it's clear key, but they're also looking into play ready, white wine, fair play, etc. So all of the major DRM systems. The CTA Wave test runner is one of the essential components. So it's built on top of the W3C Web Platform Tests API in order to run tests on embedded devices such as TVs and smart set-top boxes. I'm just going to highlight some important things here. So there's a remote server that manages the test sessions and the results. And there's also, and this is something I really like, you can see the QR code here on the right side. So this is more or less the landing page. And if you start the landing page, for instance, on an HbbTV terminal, you can use your smartphone to scan the QR code and then configure the session. So select all the tests that you want to execute, start the tests, pause the tests. So this is all configurable via a second device. For test automation, there's also a REST API available, and the test results can be exported as JSON or an HTML format. So really a handy tool in order to run tests in an automated fashion. And then last but not least, the observation framework. So that's a camera put in front of the TV, records the session, and later on the recording can be evaluated in terms of startup times, rendering of the frames, but also AV sync issues. So everything that usually is being done manually can also be optimated using this observation framework. Sorry, there was a lag. So we had and John mentioned also this as well, we had a joint event with DTVP, DTG, and HbbTV, where we met in Berlin for a whole week at the Fraunhofer Focus Institute. We had participants of like around 80 people, TV manufacturers, set-top box vendors, content providers. So they all met and they did some interoperability tests. And during this event, we also ran the CTA Wave streaming media test suite on HbbTV terminals. And this is the basic setup, really straightforward. You have a playout laptop with a transport stream. You have a adtech modulator that outputs a DVB-S signal to the end device. And in the DVB-S signal, there's the link to the HbbTV application included. In this case, it's the static page, the landing page of the media streaming test suite, hosted on a virtual machine at our institute. Can configure the tests via the smartphone in the way that I just mentioned, scanning this QR code, setting the right test parameters, and then for later observation or for later evaluation, the session is also recorded to be input into the observation framework. This is how it looked like. So you have the screen in the background, you have the camera that is recording the session, and then you can do the evaluation later on. Next to the programmatic evaluation, you have the observation framework evaluation later. Someone forgot his croissant on the table, so yeah. This is the summary of the results. I'm not going to go into details here, but this really gave us a good insight in what the devices can do, capabilities. There was even a device that crashed during the test execution, so that's also good input for the TV vendors, obviously. So if most of them pass the tests and there's one that is crashing, then there's certainly, or probably something wrong on the device itself. And last slide, so I was really quick, I think, this time. So those are the lessons that we learned. First of all, the PlugFest really played a crucial role in validating the whole test suite, in particular on HbbTV devices. There were issues identified in more or less all of the different components, so we could really use the test results and also to improve the implementation at this point. There were also some minor adjustments to the test suite in terms of the settings. So for instance, the startup time tolerance was increased to 1 second, aligning with the HbbTV specification in this case. And we also got valuable feedback from the TV manufacturers, telling us what is unclear in the documentation and what can be improved for the setup of the different components. There was a second iteration of this during the HbbTV event here in Naples some week ago, so that also gave valuable insights, and there are obviously ongoing plans in order to do this kind of evaluation in further events, for instance at our Fraunhofer TV Lab, but also upcoming HbbTV Interop or PlugFests. And if you have any detailed questions, you can always reach out to my colleague. So, yeah, as I said, he was supposed to present, and John is also in the room. He can also answer detailed questions next to myself. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Daniel. Now, we're going to go to the Czech Republic next, where we were, of course, for last year's symposium, and good to welcome back Eva Donakova, who was doing this job with me for the ceremony last time around. And here, though, she's going to be talking to us about TV Nova and what they're doing there to expand the potential of HbbTV. Eva, welcome back.
Hello everyone. I'm so glad to stand here again on the stage. Naples is a very nice city. And I would like to share with you our work from this year. So let's move forward and we will speak what we have managed this year in Prague at TV Nova. As you remember from the last year, we have won 2 awards thanks to MaxReach, and I have a small question for you. Is here anyone who has implemented MaxReach in your country? If you can make a hand up, or if you can find me during the coffee break, I would like to discuss with you your experience with MaxReach maybe later. So I will be very happy if you can find me. So let's move forward, and I will show you what we have managed this year. Also, as last year, we have collaborated with our technical partner České radiokomunikace, and thanks to them, I can show you our 3 innovations from this year, namely its motion screen, immediate evaluation, and persistent blue button. So, the first one is called motion screen, and it's a dynamic ad. It is displayed in the linear layer, and it is moving motion. It's a moving ad, and why we have developed this advertisement, it's because we wanted to show our viewers something moving in the broadcasting, but we don't want to endanger the broadcast video. So we developed a sequence of rapidly changing images to show our viewers this ad, which looks like a video. We use it in two ways. The first one is that we are playing with the broadcasted video, so we can break the screen, as you can see on the picture. We can break the glass of the screen, or we use it as a simplified TV spot. So we can show our viewers a simplified TV spot of our client. And this ad is can be combined with all our targeting. It means that we can combine it also with the max reach. So if the client has a TV spot on the linear, we can also target devices that have not seen this TV spot, and we can display this moving screen through HbbTV. So as you can see, it's safe for our broadcast video, but it looks like a video. And from the point of view of our sales department, it brings more money to our company. We also stay innovative leader in Czech Republic in HbbTV. We sell it exclusively for our clients. And as I already mentioned, it's combinable with all types of targeting. So you can target just Prague or another city. With this format comes also a lot of work because it's a very interesting and creative format. So we do it in-house. So the all work with this display is in-house, so we can manage it for our client. So they just tell us what they want, and we bring them the all solution. The next innovation is voting with immediate evaluation. Previously year, I already presented the voting on the TV screen, but this year we upgraded it with the immediate evaluation. What does it mean? It means that we display the question in the linear layer, and in a few seconds we display also the answers from other viewers. We use it with for example, the sports events. We ask the viewers who will win the next match. And for us, for the broadcaster, it's very important to increase the reach of the sport event, of the broadcast time. So we are very happy that our viewers answer the questions, but the main point for us is to bring them the information about the live sport event. As you can see on the picture, we can display the time of the show, we can display also the time of the sport event, even the name of the sponsor, or it can be combined also with our client, and the client can ask a question for our viewers. Thanks to a combined trigger, we hit very huge rank of devices. It means that we displayed all devices in the time slot. So in a few days or a few hours, we reach a lot of TV devices. So the information is spread very quickly, and also it brings our viewers the feeling that they can participate on the TV broadcasting, or they can also play the game with us, or whatever it can come. The question can have up to 4 answers, and the graph and percentage is immediate display in the linear layer. So the viewers see the broadcasting, but they also can see the graph and the percentage. It has a wide range of use. We use it with the political debates, so we can ask the viewers what they think about the politics in the debate, or we can use it during the sports matches or before the matches. We can use it in the reality shows, because in Czech Republic are the reality shows very important, and we really use it. And it can be used also as a feedback from our viewers. We can ask them what they think about the reality show, if they would like to have this or that, and it's a really wide range of use. I think I'm run out of time, but we have a last one. It's called Persistent Blue Button, because last year I have presented Breaking News Bear, and this is the innovation for our news department. It's news in one click. Anytime you want to watch online TV channel 10 Live, you can click just the blue button and you are in the TV channel Breaking 10 Live. So it's very good for our news department, and we are very happy to have this. So if you have any questions, ask me during coffee break, and please come with the max reach, and we will discuss it. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Eva. By the way, the other way to ask questions, of course, is with Slido. We've been mentioning it a little earlier on. You can add your own questions there, and we'll ask some of those at the end of the session. And if you see your question already there on the list, you can give it a little thumbs up. So that pushes it up to the top of the list and helps make sure we ask the question. If you haven't downloaded Slido, S-L-I-D-O, you'll find it for free on your favorite app store. So make sure it's downloaded and ask some questions which we'll put to the speakers a little later on.
Yeah. Now is at the moment to Italian speakers, and we will talk about the TA, targeted advertising and dynamic advertising insertion, pioneering the new frontiers of OTT monetization. Andrea Conte, Director Product Development in Data, Pubblicale 80, and Francesco Moretti, Deputy CEO and CEO International Fincos Group. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fact.
Yeah, true.
Like us.
Yeah.
Alberto. Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here to update you on what's been up in the last 12 months of HbbTV TA in the Italian market. And I'm Andrea, I'm in charge of product development and data, and I'm on the sales house side business. So today I will update you on what is the penetration of the DI product, some insight on how we went to market, and how we generate value out of HbbTV TA technology. Okay, quick recap on the concept. I'm sure everyone is familiar with the dynamic ad insertion. In Italy, we do single and multi-spot replacement on the TV set, so the so-called client-side ad insertion. We do it since a few years on non-TA device, so HbbTV 2.0, and now with TA. So what means TA for us in terms of value, in terms of advertising market? It means a very premium product that can be taken to market at premium price. So on HbbTV TA, of course, we have better user experience, much faster switch between broadcast and broadband. We have multi-spot support, which is great because it unlocks more supply. Because we have client-side ad insertion, we have one-to-one addressability, so technical, every spot can be different. Geo-targeting, audience targeting on a number of data points. And on this layer of tech, we plug some business rule control. So we control the industries to avoid, for example, two automotive clients to sit side by side in a break, or even worst case, if we have an advertiser showing up 2 times in the same break. So we do this business rule control, obviously across what's linear and what's addressable. Okay, so here's some insight on this first, let's say, Well, this last year of activity and this first glimpse, let's say, on HbbTV TA, just to show that the dynamic ad insertion product is real, is in market. It's ranging between, say, 50 to 100 campaigns active per month, with the peak of last October that saw 102 campaigns that represent 30% growth year on year. I think another side of the interesting of what's happening in the market is the great variety of industries that shows a very mature product. So we are not speaking here about one test, two advertisers. Here we're speaking about solid demand for the format across advertising industries. We see much variety between retail, automotive, even fashion, electronics. So any advertiser have DAI as part of their advertising strategy in the Italian market. We obviously push the sale of the format as well. One last slide for the end. It's what's happening in terms of TA. As I said, we were active since a few years on non-TA device. Obviously, the performance are not the same. Thanks to a close relationship between the company, but in particular to our testing lab and the manufacturer, we were able to see TA volume live starting in August, then September and October. These are the 102 campaigns in October that had at least some impression in TA. So it doesn't mean that the volume of TA is big now, but it means that any device, any campaign is getting some TA device. That's great. We are working on the volume. We have a controlled ramp-up plan in order to add more and more devices. The volume is growing. The pace is promising. And yeah, here we stand. Now I hand over to Alberto, which is from Fincons, our longtime partners on HbbTV app development. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Indeed, I'm Alberto because Francesco was not able to make it as he had he didn't feel well. Thanks a lot. Of course, we are very proud to have been part of this long journey. So the fact that we are live with TA is yet another milestone. We actually started to work together on this big promise of an hybrid world, I would say almost 10 years ago. So even before HbbTV actually started to be available in Italy. So when it launched in Italy, we were already there. And of course, the advertising products have always been pushing a lot because they are probably the most obvious monetization opportunity. And I would say that in general, DAI, so the possibility to replace broadcast general purpose spot with broadband personalized targeted spots is clearly probably the killer application, the one where you most clearly see the benefits of this hybrid world and also the clear monetization opportunities. We are observing this not just in Italy. We work on a global level, and we are also seeing a lot of interest in these topics in the US in the recent months. So I like the comment Vincent did this morning. So we are not anymore debating too much about who's going to win the battle between broadcast and streamers. So we are somehow already entered in an era where the things coexist. So this scenario of co-leadership is probably already there. And this allows also a lot of complementarity. So there are some services that somehow spans between these two worlds. So the fact that we have been able to work on both OTT, so pure streaming, and this is hybrid world, is helping us to further support several customers and prospects in this new space. And of course, we will confirm our commitment to support Mediaset and Publitalia, as we are not done. So the launch is there, but the reach will have to increase. Support of various additional and growing number of devices will be an important factor to grow. Plus also technically new features are also coming and will be there to leverage them at best.
Yeah, one final closing note. Thanks, Alberto, for the partnership. Obviously, we want to strengthen that in the future, and we look forward for the new specification 2.04. I've heard also that it's possible to have great signaling between DVB-I and HbbTV. So, yeah, we'll hopefully find a way to make advertising use case out of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our Italian speakers there. So, to conclude our panel of presentations, we're going to head to the UK. Richard Lindsay-Davis, the CEO of the Digital TV Group, and Ranjit Kaur, who is Programme Director also at the Digital TV Group, are going to tell us about exciting UK things.
Thank you, Julian, and good afternoon, everyone. So Ranjit and I are going to do a double act. We realize that we're standing between you and lunch, although we seem to have a reasonable amount of time, so we will try and we'll talk slowly, but we will get through our slides pretty quickly, so we're not waiting for lunch. Maybe. So what we thought we'd talk to you about this afternoon is the future. And things are moving pretty rapidly in various parts of the market. And in the UK, we have what we like to think is a reasonably mature market. And there are many things happening to support that market this year that will really, I guess, codify how the digital market as we see it with very much today's technology will operate. Hence us looking kind of a decade out and considering what's going to happen after that. So hopefully my slides will now work. Great. So what is the pathway to the future? We spent some time last year looking at the pathway of TV, and we kind of divided it into 3 epochs: analog, digital, and IP. And we spent some time considering the challenge of managing the all-IP epoch and what that means for us as a sector. But first to the vision for the future for us. And when we were created by industry to launch the first terrestrial TV platform in the world back in the 90s, our purpose was to ensure that television, digital television, reaches its full potential. And that hasn't changed, and we still spend our time worrying about that today. And also to ensure that it's done in an open, available, affordable, safe, and of course interoperable way. So everything that today's about is in our DNA. But the world's changing, and we know that we're moving from dedicated broadcast networks to the internet. And a lot of what we're going to talk about today is the fact that our hypothesis is that everything that's going to happen on the internet is going to happen to TV. And what are we going to do to manage that, and how do we take account for that going forward?
So where we are now at this stage, so we have very, very important standards which are maintaining the universalities. And they are actually driving the interoperabilities. And these standards, because of these open standards, the broadcasters, content providers, platform operators, they can innovate on top of that. However, going forward, what we are seeing, we have started seeing is the misalignment with respect to international players as well as the national operators. What it is leading to, it is leading to a lot of fragmentation in the market. There is a lot of channels for the viewers. It is causing a lot of confusion. The viewer is actually spending a lot of time in searching for content. They are sitting in front of the television for half an hour, more than half an hour, just to search the content, what they would like to view. And also, this we are talking about the people who are already technically sound in their own domains. However, vulnerables who are not digitally, they don't know much about the digitization, so we are leaving them behind. What needs to be done? We need to actually collaborate and create the standard which can actually help in terms of future television. Now, as of today in UK, we have got around 9 multiplexes on the digital terrestrial platform, and these 9 multiplexes are covering hundreds and hundreds of channels. And the TV ecosystem is actually getting complex day by day. You have got smart TV features, you have got terrestrial. For a poor viewer, they do not distinguish between what's being linear, what's coming from IP. They all want content to watch. And as of today, on the digital terrestrial platform itself, you have got multiple fast channels, and these fast channels are getting operated through the HbbTV application, whether it is an auto-start HbbTV application or these are the applications which are launching the portal. Within the portal, if you go, you get different genres, and within genres, you get multiple channels. So there is a lot of IP streaming happening through HbbTV. However, it needs to be a little bit more streamlined. We need to create more platforms for content providers to integrate the IP channels to the normal viewers so that they can view correctly. So recently we have done a lot of work around the fast channels. We understand that the fast channels are becoming popular day by day. But what is important in these fast channels? What are the challenges? So digitization, in terms of monetization, also deployment, how to discover fast channels, how to do different implementations of fast channels, and what are the business models. We have seen in the previous presentations that US is the biggest market of fast channels, and they are really leveraging in terms of monetizations on that. However, UK and Europe is lagging behind. We are not actually having a good business models which can increase the monetization. So this particular handbook has been designed for all of you. It is free to download from the DTG website. It talks about all these enablers and also the fast channel market.
So how are people watching TV in the UK? So this is a chart from our regulator, Ofcom in the UK, and then it divides it into kind of 5 areas. I'll leave it up to you as to where you categorize yourself in those. I don't think I'm particularly advanced, but I'd put myself in the linear rejecter, actually. We never watch linear TV. And so viewers are changing. Not only are audiences changing, and some of the comments that we get about the vulnerable in society is that the older people are dying off. One of the key things for us is we're making new older people. So we're going to be those older people eventually. So whether we like it or not, we really do have to deal with everyone in society. But there are huge meta-influences, and I don't mean Meta the company, I mean Meta as in kind of big influences that are affecting society. And some of the things that, because of the global situation at the moment, and I don't need to preach to you about what's going on, but things like trust are right at the top of the list that we need to make sure we sustain and continue. Stability, diversity, inclusion, super important, not just the vulnerable, but people with access needs. And we live in a very multicultural society globally. Sustainability. I'm very proud, actually, that my niece, Ariana, is the UK lead at COP28 in Dubai this week. And sustainability is very, very important. And that's becoming more important as we go forward. In fact, we did some consumer research a couple of years ago, and the climate credentials of television devices is very important as part of the purchasing decision. And advances in technology, as I said earlier. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about those as we go forward. So I stole this from Gartner. I'm sure you're all very familiar with Gartner's hype curve. This is another one of their charts where they look at the emerging tech impact radar. One that I'd really be interested to see actually would be the emerging television experience impact radar too. And then we analyze this in the light of television, kind of looking over. Gartner's chart goes to kind of 6 to 8 years. We wanted to go a little bit beyond that. So we analyzed Gartner's predictions, mapped a lot of them across. There's a frightening number that map across very, very simply into television. And if you look at it, almost anything on AI maps across instantly. Things like the metaverse, spatial computing, etc. Our government has one of their priorities in technology is dealing with quantum computing. And they predict that quantum computing will begin to have a serious impact in our market in 10 years' time, in 2033. So that's only a decade out. And the things in red are the questions that I really wanted to leave you with today, and hopefully Owen tomorrow can help us tease some of the solutions out with our unconference. But let me walk you through them very slowly. Firstly, gaming. Gaming dominates the youth screen attention time today. And that's probably not going to change so much as these guys grow up. And how do we get television, and how does HbbTV help to get television where the younger eyes are going to watch television or television-like content? Question one. HbbTV fragmentation. Ranjit referred to it when we were talking about this difference between the national ambitions or the ambitions of national TV operators versus the ambitions of global TV operators, Google TV, Amazon, Netflix, etc., versus the BBC, RAI, etc. And that hyper fragmentation is happening today. It's really tough to navigate TV platforms in the UK. No one's really fixed the kind of super aggregator problem unless you move back to a pay TV operator. I was having a conversation with I don't know how many of you are familiar with Just Watch? Do you use Just Watch, the app on your phone? I was talking to the chief exec of Just Watch last week because even Just Watch isn't perfect, but I sit on my sofa and navigate television on my phone and then type it into the TV to get what I want to watch. If you put Thomas the Tank Engine into Just Watch, it places Thomas the Tank Engine, the kids' cartoon, it puts that in war movies. So if you're looking for Thomas the Tank Engine, it's going to be amongst the war movies. So even Just Watch isn't perfect, but it's my favorite. I'm sure you've got your own favorites too. But the HbbTV fragmentation is really, really important. I'm not sure we're going to see that going away. I think we need to try and lean into it and work out how we work with it. And there's a risk that with that hyper-fragmentation, we begin to see the end of common universally deployed technical standards, which is why HbbTV is so important. And if we lose the universal deployment of national TV standards in all devices, and there's legislation coming in the UK to try to support that on televisions at least, that's going to have a really big impact. Finally, two more things. One is with WRC 2023 going on at the moment in the Middle East, broadcast could begin to see an end into the 2030s, and all of this will have a high impact on the market and TV standards. There's a lot going on between now and the 2030s. Lots of products are going to happen, lots of new legislation is going to happen, and things are going to change rapidly. The important thing for us is to make sure that we prepare for the future. And Ranjit, this is a complex slide. It needs Ranjit to explain it.
So very quickly, Richard mentioned at the beginning of the presentation about the Pathway project, which we did last year. And we interviewed around 60 plus companies and asked about various questions in terms of what we need to collaborate on. And if you see, all the areas. I'm not going to go one by one, but it covers the sustainability, it covers accessibility, it covers the universal deployment, it covers ease of use for the televisions in terms of setups, it covers the streaming at scale, it covers the accuracy with which we watch the TV in terms of, click in the broadcast, you tune to the channel and there you get audio video. You don't need to wait for a couple of seconds and so on. So it covers all the areas from the content production till the distribution, till it reaches the audience. And on each and every level, all the audiences and especially the stakeholders, they would like to collaborate. And if you see 50% is the mark there, and you can see that everybody, all the areas are essential, which needs collaboration. And this is which we are working, and it will be great to have your views on this type of collaboration areas.
I'm going to get kicked off stage any second now. Just very, very quickly, I'll leave you that to read later. Our point of this is everything that happens on the internet is going to happen to television. And we need to work out a way through organizations like HbbTV, CTA, WAVE, the DG in the UK, and other organizations across the world, how we continue to evolve and adapt for everything that's going to happen on the internet, which means AI, quantum, and whatever else it throws at us next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we have 10 minutes or so, I think, to go before lunch, and we're going to try and get through some questions, if we can, to some of our earlier speakers. So Daniel from Fraunhofer, can you come up? Because we've got a couple of questions for you, please. And as Daniel makes his way up here, I'll go through the first of those questions. A number of HbbTV tests are unsupported by Dash. Limited polyfilling Dash, that's a UK phrase if ever there was one, for AV control. Is there a plan to address the gaps? And could, I think this is a suggestion, it could include HbbTV deprecating tests. Does that make sense? Shall I go through that again quickly?
Yeah.
A number of HBB tests are unsupported by Dash, limiting polyfilling Dash, brackets, AV control. Is there a plan to address the gaps?
Yeah, I think the key here is synergy. So I mean, Dash.js is mainly a Dash-IF reference player, so we are more or less trying to implement what is important for them. But that being said, if we can find synergy between what Dash-IF wants and like adding certain workarounds on HbbTV devices, ideally coming also from the community so I can review them and merge them back to the code, then I think we are on a good way. And in this context, we are also having like an event, I think next week already, which is called OSmart, where we try to find synergies between different open source projects. And one thing is Dash.js and another thing is the HbbTV reference application. So I think there are some overlaps here that we can definitely identify and maybe also address together.
Okay. One more for you. Paul Gray has asked this one. He says, presumably the Dash player, while open source, still needs royalty payments to our friends at Veer. Remember those as MPEG LA back in the day? They changed their name, so presumably it helps people think they're paying somebody new.
I'm not going to comment on that without a lawyer.
Oh, go on. We haven't got any lawyers here, have we? No, you're fine. Carry on.
I can just say that I'm not aware of anyone who is using Dash.js who is paying royalties, but that's really not my area of expertise.
Could that change, do you think?
That it could change if there are really some relevant royalties involved there, but I don't see anything because in the end it's an XML-based format, so what do you want to have royalties or what do you want to pay for? So there's no magic.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Is John still around? John Pising. I've got one for you, John, if you want to come up. Can't see John. Where's John? Oh, there he is. Whilst John's making his way out, there's just a quick comment here which I should mention, and that was basically giving... why has it disappeared now? There was some here we go. Mediaset Project Spain, really innovative. Congratulations to the teams. John, the one I wanted to ask you here from an anonymous questioner, in the specifications 2.0.5, we should have picture-in-picture.
Yes and no. In theory, we have it already, but it's optional and people don't implement it.
Interesting. Why not? Is it just one of those features that nobody cares about anymore? It used to be the big thing, didn't it, on TV?
Well, the people who care wearing my TV manufacturer hat for a moment. So we make Philips TVs. We implement features because generally because somebody tells us to.
Okay.
Nobody's told us to implement picture-in-picture, therefore it's not the highest priority feature.
That makes
The TV, whether it's a national spec or regulation or an operator or a platform, the highest priority features to get implemented is stuff that somebody tells us we have to implement.
I remember years ago there was a feature which I had demonstrated to me, and you could have your telephone number. If somebody made a phone call, your TV number would come up on your TV in front of you, and you'd know who it was. Never saw it anywhere.
Yeah, that was one of those IPTV telco type attempts to find synergies between different devices.
Seemed a good idea at the time, but possibly wasn't. Okay, thank you, John. Paul, where's Paul gone? He was over. Oh, there he is. You'll pop up for one quick question for you, and it's the KPI question. So I think in your presentation you said TV is growing, and the question is wondering what was that actually referring to? Absolute number of viewers or something else? It might be difficult without the chart set actually, but
I'm trying to remember which chart it was actually now. But certainly, you do see the shipments recovering. I think there's always a semantic question between from now on, is it growth or is it recovery? So from now on, we don't expect that TV numbers globally in 2027, which is the end of our forecast, will be above 2019. That is largely due to China. But the picture is very, very mixed by regions. Emerging regions, we still see the number of households is growing. In particular in Africa, the moment a country gets mass electrification, bam, TV shipment sales really, really increase. And in general, the number of households is going up everywhere due to either aging populations or still population growth. Globally, it doesn't get above 2019 in 2027. Big reason is China. The number of TV households in China as a share of total households has been falling since 2001, believe it or not. So way before smartphone, way before the mass internet. And that's about how people's lifestyles are changing. So it's only in terms of a recovery rather than, I would say, massive growth. If I use the word growth, then I stand corrected by myself.
It's an interesting one. If I ask you a question, the answer will so often be, it's because of China. If you were a retail analyst, you'd say it was because of the weather. It's always often the factor there. Yeah,
but very definitely in China, then I think we're in a new stage of consumer behavior in China. Smartphones and TVs peaked in 2016 in terms of shipments, and they've been falling ever since. Consumers are spending the money on different things, and now we've got major economic upsets and collapse of consumer confidence in China.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Paul. Our Italian contributors from Mediaset, if one or both of them could come up for a couple of quick Italian questions, and then I think we'll have to send everybody off to lunch. After that, how many manufacturers are you working with for HbbTV TA? Just the one? More? Can others get involved?
Yeah, hot questions. So not just one, it's few. We can disclose here on stage names, but of course if you are a manufacturer and are interested into that, let's grab a coffee or come and see me and we can discuss. Obviously we are super interested to maximize the reach, so open to conversation.
Good. And I think that's it. And from our earlier question, I mentioned who said that Mediaset Spain also is very innovative.
Great one.
You've got your friends around the corner, as it were. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to all.
Thank you. We are finished. So a very warm thank you our panelists for their presentation, their quality presentation. So a final applause for them. Thank you all. So now we have finished the morning session. So I want to invite you for the lunch break. It will be served in the exhibition areas. So a chance for visit our sponsor booth and obviously for eat a drink.
And we are back here at 2:30 with a session on targeted advertising. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Let's go.
I'll go for Slido first.
Slido,
please.
for the question. No? No.
No
okay.
Slido. No Slido.
Don't worry.
Okay.
So,
let's.
our next session is about the advertising and the addressable advertising especially. So the market believes that these functionalities are most important, that will have most impact on the market for the future years.
This is the subject of our roundtable discussion with some tremendous speakers as well. If I could invite them to come up and join me on the stage here, and then I'll introduce them all to you. You can see them listed behind. Can the speakers come up, please? Come on, don't be shy. Four. We are missing three. This is good.
Julian, okay. Perfect.
One more, fantastic. And one more to go, I think, and then we've got the full set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who's missing? Come take a seat, and I'll start off by introducing everybody. Everybody in order? No, this always makes things interesting. Start off then. Peter Neumann is Chief Technology Officer for the Addressable TV Initiative. We have next to him Martin Farek, who is the Manager of Standardization for Panasonic Business Support Europe. Jason Patton is the Senior Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Verance. Then we have, where are we gone now? Pedro Valente, who is the International Development Manager for Kenaton. We also have Andrea Conta, who we heard from earlier, Product Development and Data for Pub Italia, Italy, and also Leticia Noriega Gonzalez, who is here as well from TP Vision. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to go in the order in which you've now sat, because it makes things a lot easier for me to do that. Briefly, introduce yourself and tell everyone a little bit about your company. I hope so.
Can you hear me? No. Now?
That's better.
Okay. So, my name is Peter Neumann. I'm the CTO of a company called Addressable TV Initiative, ATVI as we call it. It has been, I think, presented last year in a room like this elsewhere. I was not there by that time because I joined the company only in early 2023. And I think it was Andre presenting our approach and the idea behind it. But I will briefly update you on what happened in the meantime. So we have been founded last year, as I said, by the two shareholders RTL and 7one Media, which is, the latter is a subsidiary of ProSiebenSat.1. So this means the major private broadcasters from Germany, actually, that have founded that company. And we have, although we have been established in Germany, I mean, we have pan-European ambitions, which really are to unlock the potential of HbbTV TA in the EU, in the European market. And we are planning to do this in talking to the CMs. So the last year has really been, we have been very busy in contacting all the usual suspects, all the major TV manufacturers, and we have been presenting our idea, which is to, at the end, certify devices. So make sure that TA implementations will really work in the end.
Because this is one of the problems. There are just so many, well, not just devices, there are different versions of those devices and so on and so forth.
Yes, so maybe we can pick up later on this again, but to really just let the people know what we have been doing, because again, what is new about this, what I just said, as everything has been told 1 year ago as well. So we have been talking to the CMs, we have been doing our homework, which is we have built the tools and the process which will be helpful to accomplish this task of certifying devices. And we have really been busy building our major tool, which we call the ATVI validation tool. And we have done this together with Kineton, which we engaged for this. So very recently I've been talking a lot to Pedro, who is also on the panel, and the tech team from Kineton. And yeah, we have been quite successful. So, I mean, the tool is there, it's ready. Yeah, we can start business now. We can really start certifying devices now. And we are happy to share this tool with every CEM who wants to work with us. And as I said, we have talked to all of them, and with the current, let's say, working threads that we have, I'm pretty sure we could easily cover 50% of the European market in terms of TV sales annually already. But of course, it should be more in the future. And yeah, we also want now to approach the broadcasters and really convince them about our idea and want them to come on board so that we, yeah.
Yeah, that's good to know. Well, let's move on to Martin, one of those consumer manufacturers who you've probably been talking about, certainly been talking to, I'm sure, with Panasonic. What's explain a little bit about your role within Panasonic, other than, I guess, taking calls from Peter.
Yes, as already said, I'm Martin Fenrich, and from one of the well-known brands as the CE manufacturer. So Panasonic is one of the number one brands, or one of the A brands in terms of CE manufacturers. And of course, we are interested in lots of new technologies, and TA is of course something which is of interest, and we are keen on seeing how it develops, and also keen on seeing then how services will come up and proposals to this. We will see, but overall, it's at that stage, it's an interesting technology that we, of course, observe very closely as a manufacturer.
Okay, Jason, to you now then.
Hello, everyone. I am Jason Patton from Verits, and we are supporters in the HbbTV world of application discovery over broadband phase 2, ADB2, which enables TA or applications in general to use the ADB2 watermarking system and protocol to launch interactivity and TA even in set-top box environments, any distribution path, you are able to enable HbbTV features. And certainly, all these conversations that are happening with CE manufacturers and broadcasters, we are in a lot of conversations with broadcasters and CE manufacturers to support the ADB2 standard. We're seeing a lot of traction. We've done integrations that we're excited to bring to market. And as those integrations take place, bringing TA to life is an exciting thing that's on the horizon.
No, very much so. Pedro.
Yeah.
This is...
So, I mean, I will not present myself again, but Kineton has been interested in targeted advertising since the very beginning because we see it as an enabler to provide services to all the different broadcasters. Kineton works not only with the big national broadcasters in Italy or in other countries, but we also work with many small local regional broadcasters that very often have very reduced budgets, so cannot maybe afford the development of a complex HbbTV app with everything on board. So enabling the advertising brings new revenues that can also enable new business models. So we can start offering services based on revenue sharing.
It is, I guess, one of these areas where we sometimes have to take a step back if we're in a big TV market like Italy, like Germany, like the UK. We have to realize that there are actually markets where it's not as straightforward as a couple of broadcasters coming together and then you instantly have a market, because the size of the market, even if everybody joins together in some places, just isn't big enough to support these things.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we have seen in Italy, immediately the big national broadcasters adopted HbbTV, they launched their first services, and people started to get used to it. And after a couple of years, the small ones came out. And at least in Italy, there are hundreds of small broadcasters. And of course, they have a big audience out there. And they are absolutely interested in providing new services and in evolving their offer, including, of course, interactivity and broadband services. And one of the ways to fund that evolution is through advertising revenues. And so it's something that started with static advertisement, so the banners that the HbbTV apps could show on the screen. And now it's evolving to the ad substitution. And we've been experimenting there, talking also to all the manufacturers. And as Peter said, we had the opportunity and the honor to collaborate with them in building this tool and verifying that it is possible to develop against the current spec.
I might want to explore the issue of getting small broadcasters, if you like, into the tent a little later on if we have time. Let me come though first to Andrea. We've obviously heard from you a little earlier on, but maybe if you could, if you like, crystallize where you're going as a company with targeted advertising right now. But to start off with, I've wondered for HbbTV 80, where does the 80 come from?
Where does it begin? It begins in the 80s, so in the year 80, and I was not there. I was not even born. Where HbbTV started to monetize linear channel from Mediaset, and so comes from a long legacy, and I think long legacy of obviously broadcast, long legacy of participating to open standards, and I joined just a few years ago, and I very much agree with the enabler aspect, right? So we have in fact the code name of the HbbTV app, which is enabler. So it's an internal code name, but I like the concept. So it's really enabling use cases, enabling advertising formats. TA, I think, is just the hottest and the latest possibility we actually monetize. We mounted a our commercial product on, but yeah, I think HbbTV has been in the cornerstone of the monetization of connected TV for the Italian market since at least, I think, 5 or 6 years. So it was really the first step before we had application, before we had streaming, and still accounts for a big portion of the advertising. So HbbTV and TA is definitely, one of the layer of technology that powers our products. I've been part of the effort. I'm working in a department which is advertising technology and business development. I've been part of the effort of digitalizing the TV, basically with audience targeting platform, with automated buying platform, with ad servers, and leveraging the standard to make commercial product and to make money out of technology, basically. So that's my role in the company.
Okay, thank you. Letitia, to finish off with you on this little round.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to having me here in this important conference. Yeah, my name is Leticia Noriega. For people who doesn't know me, I'm working for TP Vision company, which is formally doing the Philips TV, all gamma of Philips TV, from the basic until OLED TVs. Philips TV is a company who has already a legacy in following all the standards. We have a very good team inside Philips who are leading technology. As such, Philips is pointed out to develop this TA. As soon as the standard was released, we already start working. And we have released the TA standard fully compliance since 2021, which we are proudly said we were one of the first TVs in the market who bring it. It's already a couple of years working with some broadcasters, and then we are continuing with this standard in the new TV models. So it's quite good situation.
Okay, no, that sounds pretty good. Let's take a look. A few things came out of that. The first thing, which I wonder if, and this is, I guess, is a question really for our broadcasters. Do the larger broadcasters, up to a point, have a responsibility, if you like, for making sure that the small broadcasters can get on board? You mentioned, for example, that small broadcasters had been interested, and then they left, and now we need to make the effort to get them back in and back around the table and talking.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that they left, but sometimes they really do not have enough budget to implement things. Going to TA, for instance, in terms of hardware required on the play outside, there is a huge investment for small broadcasters to be done in order to enable the full chain and make sure that everything works smoothly and properly. And of course, the big broadcasters have already maybe in place in their head ends all the hardware required to do so. And but it's still what we see now. Looking the whole market, there are still some players that will be super interested in being there since the very first moment, but it's still a little hard in that sense.
And is the cost of equipment for them, is that the prohibitive thing, even with the returns that were told? I think it came up earlier on in one of the slides that you can get so much more per. It was the guy from TF1 who used to be at Eutelsat. That's it. The guy who said it, wasn't it? I can't remember his name now. But being able to get more money per advert, effectively, because it's targeted, and there's the danger that the smaller broadcasters miss out on this.
Well, they can
which
access,
puts them further down the food chain, of course.
They can access, of course, some other forms of advertising, of targeted advertising, but the big money is on the video advertising today. Yeah. And there is a big difference on how much is paid the video advertising, video replacement, compared to the static advertising banner. So in order to access that and to start substituting the broadcast with the broadband targeted, you need to make sure that everything works very well and to build all the chain that is required to run the ad substitution based on HbbTV TA, you need to have everything in place. And that could be a blocking step for smaller ones. It doesn't mean that they will not get there, but as of today, that is one of the challenges we need to solve, as well as the fragmentation. Leticia was saying TP Vision was the first one, but in order to ensure to people who sells the advertising the wider reach possible, we need to build the legacy.
And these smaller broadcasters, is there a danger that they also miss out on updates? Because we know that from time to time, HbbTV, TA, there'll be an update, and that will often presumably have to go in at the broadcaster's end just as much as the TV set needs upgrading.
Well, yeah, but that is more for technology providers to solve. So,
okay,
so
that's your problem, not theirs. Okay, that's sort of good.
I can say, even if it's an evolving, if we follow the standards, it doesn't matter, because if we follow the standards, it will be always compatible. And this is the important point or the message that we need to send.
Okay, that's good. Peter, in terms of encouraging in broadcasters, not necessarily just in the German market, but say some of, I think of Central and Eastern Europe, where you have a lot of small countries with small broadcasters, how easy is it to get them on board, and who's come on board so far, who you know about?
Difficult question, I would say. Maybe, I mean, some honesty is required here, I would say. Yeah? So I'm also convinced that the first steps will be made in the big markets. Europe, I mean, Germany obviously has done the first steps, and we heard today that Italy has also done the first steps. Congratulations to that. So, but I mean, these are really, I would say, gives an impulse, yeah, but it will not, hopefully not be the end of the story. So we need to get to a situation where a broadcaster can have a harmonized technical reach across devices from all, ideally, at least many manufacturers. And only if we really able to achieve this, then I think the smaller markets can follow, because it is also for the CM side, and I cannot, of course, speak for a CM, but I can imagine that I mean, it must somehow you must do the math in terms of units you sell. So, and how does it reflect? And so I think DTA's success will begin in the bigger European markets, and we want to overcome this, let's say, market imperfections and also known issues of the HbbTV ecosystem to some extent with our approach, where we say we want to streamline the requirement side. So we want to be the, let's say, trusted reference for the broadcasters that then talks with one voice regarding the technical requirements to the CEMs, so that what is going to be implemented is really providing this harmonized technical reach and a scalable model for the CMs as well. And so, I mean, long answer, or maybe I've also stepped away a little bit from that, but for sure it will start with the larger European countries, and for sure it can only, I'm also convinced, and for sure it can only be success if the broadcasters cooperate, because if 50 broadcasters talk with different technical demands to 10 CMs, then you will not succeed you will not see a homogeneous implementation of the TA standards.
Andrea, you were telling us a little earlier on, of course, about Italy getting well and truly on board with this. How do you see the smaller stations within the Italian market, maybe some neighbouring countries, being able to join in and take advantage of TA?
Yeah, I think, well, hard question. They will, but they will probably need, on top of HbbTV TA standard, also multiple layers of standardization, or at least the technologies to enable ads in their supply, because it's not easy. It's getting more technical. So we saw, for example, our solution, it's spot by spot on the client side. Mediaset Spain solution, it's manifest manipulation on the server side. So you have multiple ways to do TAs, and for sure, if we are a big broadcaster with some bandwidth to do this development, you can benefit of TA.
Why are these multiple? I thought I realize standards can come at things from different directions, but I thought if you're standardizing something, the object of the exercise is that everybody does it the same way. Or
yeah, but I think the HbbTV TA, it's a standard, but then to enable the supply, so the inventory of a small broadcaster to be bulked, let's say, by an ad server or eventually a programmatic platform, there is a long way. It's not just the HbbTV TA standard powering monetization, right? So HbbTV TA standard, at least in our usage, is powering technology on the device. Then you have an app that behaves, that calls platforms that then respond to the calls and decide if that impression it's worth to spend CPMs on. So back to your point that you were saying from the TFAN claim, worth if this impression is more than linear, because it's addressable, because it's on geo-target, because it has a number of data points attached, such as interest or age and gender targeting, these kind of things. So one other project that, for example, I collaborate on in my company is the definition of an audience platform to profile users. So this is yet another, let's say, layer of tech that you should put if you want to monetize at high price your inventory. Again, so it's not powered by TA, it's powered by the ability of the app to track data, then to crunch this data to make targets and then to sell these targets on the market. So for sure, it's getting complex. So ad tech plus broadcast tech, it's quite complex. So I think, yeah, probably technologies that will streamline the access to that inventory, such as, I don't know, common layers. Oftenly we refer to the digital space to SSPs, so to technologies that aggregate inventory for small broadcaster are probably a way. But yeah, it's not an easy topic. It's like more the question on how easy it is to monetize maybe on the digital space one OTT app, and how easy it is to monetize and to see it from a holistic perspective, 100 OTT apps. Very, very different. So fragmentation on top of HbbTV TA standard is still there.
Yeah. Martin, from the other end of the spectrum, if you like, the consumer experience, from your knowledge and what you've been working on, are the consumers getting these ads when they should in the format they might expect to see them in? They're probably not thinking about it in that way. They're probably just saying, get this ad out the way, I want to see the show again. But there is advertising to sell to pay for that content.
Well, yes and no, of course. So consumers would probably say, okay, so ads, please go away. I would like to continue watching the show or whatever. But on the other hand, if the content, if the ad is of interest for them, so why not? So then it could be even attractive for consumers. So this could be also a way to make ads attractive and interesting for consumers, instead of just saying, okay, I don't care, I just want to continue watching the show. So there's also some chance in it. Of course, as a CE manufacturer, it's nearly impossible to sell to end consumers, hey, there is a nice tool and you can now watch the perfect ads for you. So that's, of course, something that is impossible. But the technology overall offers a lot of possibility, and I think really one of the critical thing, or the important things here, what we have heard already, is to get the thing started. So usually we have, with all new technologies, we have a bit the chicken and egg problem. And to get the things running is by far not easy. And then also here, so the Addressable TV initiative is for sure a good way to bundling also interests and maybe to somehow get a starting point, because as Peter rightly said, so everybody has its own maybe technical idea and needs to do the same. So ATVI could then be really helpful here and could then be the connection point, so somehow also between the manufacturers and the broadcasters. So bringing everybody a bit closer together, this could be a helpful starting point for this.
Letitia, we mentioned with the broadcasters and the smaller markets. I guess quite often with TV manufacturers, it's one size fits all. You tolerated the UK doing MEWG for many a long year. Now we've seen the light and have gone HbbTV as well. But those smaller markets, I guess you're sort of easing the pain for them, if you like, by providing them with TV sets that are actually already when the broadcasters choose to go down the TA route.
I think to make some deals with broadcasters is already one big step for us. We appreciate the broadcasters that they want to work with us because, let's say, it's easy, but it's a long journey, has been a long journey for us. I can say even years, like doing the currency as a standard required. Therefore, I said we were the first. It was not a job of 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Here is my TA, play it. No, it's a long journey because we have a technical guys located in Asia, and it was very difficult to work with them because of they need to be connected with servers of Europe, and this was really very challenging job. Working with a small broadcaster has not been the chance. It was always with people who has broadcasters as RTL or Mediaset, that they have the encoder machines, that they have the ability to support us also to give us all technical aspects. So, but we are open to work with everybody. We have already the technology ready, so just come with us and ask.
Fair enough. I'm going to take advantage. We've got quite a few questions on Slido over the last little while. If you've got something that you want to ask any of the panelists, just go to the Slido app, either tap in your question or support one of the questions we've had earlier. One which was kind of left over from this morning, from Raj Patel, but I think it's still pretty relevant, and that's what device manufacturers are supporting DAI, as it says here, in the Italian market. Andrea, is that something you can you can probably answer?
Yeah, I think I've answered, but no, I
Okay,
can answer
sorry,
again.
you have already.
Well, I
go
can answer
ahead
again.
anyway,
Yes,
in which case.
really quickly, so it's few manufacturer. We don't disclose directly here the name, but we are open to discussion with anyone. So the objective for advertising and for monetizing this technology is to maximize the reach across the Italian market.
So who's gone with you so far? Who are the ones which you've gone with?
Yeah, we just don't disclose at the moment.
Okay. Oh, go on. No, he's not going to, is he? Okay. A question from Leander Carroll of Nautilus, which to ask to Martin or to Peter, what's the commercial model between broadcasters and manufacturers for using the TA Fast Media Switch API? Oh my goodness, that's a question and a half. What's the commercial model between broadcasters and manufacturers for using the TA Fast Media Switch API? Is it a fee? Is it free to use? Who wants to... Oh, fighting over who wants to answer.
We're just discussing who's answering. Well, yes, that's a very broad question, of course. Yeah. So, frankly speaking, it really depends on. Of course, this is a matter of discussion, and maybe depends then really step by step on something that has to develop. And yeah, could then be done step by step, then also on an individual basis. But maybe so from some broader sense, Peter can answer.
Yes, I'm actually thankful for the question because it allows me to clarify that ATVI is not at all in these business talks between manufacturers and broadcasters when it comes to what we call enabling agreements. This will always be bilaterally, yeah? And however, ATVI sees our role here that, I mean, we can make things much easier, yeah? Because if we have certified a device, if we have assigned what we call a certification requirement set to it, then it will be easy for a broadcaster to negotiate or discuss whatever kind of agreement. I want to say that this knowledge about which devices are certified and capable, this will be available to our clients. So we will actually sell a service to broadcasters so that they know which devices are working. And this information will be consolidated in what we called the verified list, and this list of devices will be keep up to date. So we will not only add devices over time, more certifications, more devices, we will also monitor their performance in the field so that these kind of agreements come to a solid ground. And also, I mean, TA, targeted advertising, the name, it's obvious that's about advertising, but I also wanted to make another point that our offering not only is to attract private broadcasters, it's also to attract pubcasters, if you want to name them in this way. So public broadcasters are also welcome. I mean, they may also have an interest in substituting content. It may not be the advertising, but maybe it's the Manchester News versus the London News.
Switching out a local news bulletin, I guess, is a good example. Perhaps.
So this is also a point that I wanted to mention, and I wanted to say that what you will receive if you become a licensee of our service, you will receive that information, as I just said, the verified list. You will also have easy startup because we will provide you with the source code libraries that are necessary to do TA. So we will also kind of have, we imagine that we also have kind of a harmonization on that end of the side, yeah, because we are talking much about the CMs, but the apps, of course, also should behave in the same way or try to do the same thing in the same way. And so that's another thing that we bring. And then, of course, the validation tool will be available to the broadcasters as well. And we will generate a knowledge base so that they can easy and short time to market with their ambitions, like, for example, having a DAS application, dynamic ad substitution application themselves. And yeah, we want to invite everybody to join the movement with us and progress in this direction.
Join the movement. See Peter on the next coffee break. Richard Lindsay Davis, thank you, Peter. Richard Lindsay Davis of the DTG has asked, when does the panel think digital ad revenues will be larger than traditional broadcast ad revenues? He says a simple compound growth decline would mean 6 years for the UK market. Jason, when do you think that that might start to change?
You know, everything that the internet has done, we're now making TVs do. And so I think it's 5 years from now. It's coming.
I'm going to ask everybody this one now. I think we could have fun with this question. Let's go move across to Pedro.
Yeah, definitely. I think 5 years is a good term.
Richard gave you a clue. He said 6 in the UK, so it's.
Yeah, no, I mean it makes sense because what we are discussing now, for instance, the validation tool and the manufacturers integrating the full support of the spec, it's something that takes few years, couple of years, 3 years at least, to be on the field. And in order to get some interesting numbers on the field as well, it takes another couple of years. So yeah, definitely 5 years to start having a boost on the revenues in the different markets. It's a reasonable time, I think.
Okay, and Andrea.
Okay, I presume the question was just on connected TV space. Because
expand it out
on the wider space, I will not dive too much into it, but digital ad already account for more than linear in at least some of the European markets. So the Italian market is not one of those. So yeah, we can see few years from now, but in particular, if we want to restrict it on connected TV, so how the portion of revenue of connected TV digital ad compares to linear ad, I think more than few years. So I would say probably even more than 5.
We see it everywhere. I rarely go on the London Underground these days. I live outside of London. I was there the other day, and video adverts, which is, I guess I notice because I don't go quite so often, but, and I'm sure other metro systems and ad shells, even just like walking down the high street in Cambridge where I live, you see a video ad whilst you're waiting for a bus now. It's astounding, really.
Yeah, just one little thing, because you said Media Group monetize a lot of media, so digital website, but also clearly connected TV. We have recently gone big in the Italian market on digital out of home, and in particular video on digital out of home. So yeah, I think the question on revenue depends on what you consider, but yeah, digital ad spend, at least what is being in our scope as a tech team on the Mediaset Group is a lot. Connected TV is still the shiny object, but you have digital out of home, digital audio. You have a number of addressable media that pops up, and digital out of home is one of the most interesting. Sometimes it's also very similar to TV because it's big video format, big branding campaigns. So yeah, more to come on digital out of home.
Okay, Letitia, where would you put it at?
I think depending on the market, if it will be the German market, it will be faster. I would say, because it's already working, and then for other European markets, might be, yes, 5 years. And also what we need is more content. More content as TV manufacturer.
More content?
More to test.
Okay,
but real
content. I was going to say, we don't
test.
need more content, we've got enough of that.
Yes.
More suitable to testing
yes.
on your TVs.
Yes.
Phew, I thought we were going to get another series of The Crown for a moment. Peter.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably also something that I don't know whether ATVI should even have an opinion on that. We want to facilitate for this, of course, but also, I mean, you should not forget that also classical TV advertising is there for a reason. Yeah, it works to build brands. So it's not that, I would say, even that it maybe will never be substituted completely, yeah, because it makes sense to have a one-to-many advertising message if you want to build big brands and so on and so forth. So on the other hand, you have the big opportunity, what we want to facilitate as ATVI for the targeted advertising, and I would not object to anything what a broadcaster said, so I say what Andres said as well.
Okay, well, end with Martin to complete the, well, sort of circle anyway.
Yeah, also similar to my colleagues here on the panel, I don't have a glass ball, so it's very hard to predict. For sure, some of the markets will be faster than other markets. And I fully agree to Peter, there's no black or white, so there will be somehow a gray, so it will not be that all TVs will be very quickly equipped with full TA service, so there will be also a mixture, also even in the introduction phase of this technology, of course. Then there might be for sure ads which will not be substituted at all, simply because it makes sense to show them to the full audience. Some other broadcasters might use also this technology as it's basically also on frame accurate content insertion for other reasons, like you mentioned. For example, news technology, so technology to substitute actual news or regional news, things like that. So we might see different flavors of this. Overall, this is a very powerful standard, and I'm convinced that step by step it will make its way in the market.
I think you touched on an interesting one. You need a regular ad break for that TV set that used to be in the living room and is now in the bedroom or in the kitchen, because it's been replaced by one which has the latest TA specifications. I'm enjoying these questions, actually, and and initially posted anonymously, do we need new business models to encourage more manufacturers to implement HbbTV TA profile? It's interesting. A supplement onto this, is there a revenue share for them in the current models? So I'll keep with you, Martin. Maybe if you answer the second half of the question before the first. Is there a revenue share? It's kind of going back to the question we had a few moments ago, really.
Well, the thing is, everything is then there basically for the discussion. So as Peter said, so finally then it comes, or it should come somehow to an agreement, whatever. And we've heard already from the colleagues, and everything is then there open for discussion.
And do we need more? Are there more business models which are possibly available to manufacturers?
Probably yes. We need business models which are attractive for both parties, or for all parties involved. I think this is something which also needs to be developed. So this is a completely new field for everybody. And the important thing is that the parties get in touch with each other and discuss. And then step by step it will materialize which one is working, which one is not working.
Jason, what business models could we extract out of this to help our questioner?
Well, what I'm excited about is this whole panel is full of innovators. And these innovators are sort of jumping ahead of the business model and saying, let's put a step forward, let's bring this marketplace to action, let's get it distributed as widely as possible so that we can see those small broadcasters all take advantage as well. I think there's three classic business models that manufacturers and broadcasters all work together on. I'm sure it's all some sort of combination of some of those. And I think what is exciting about this group is everyone here has taken steps forward to bring this TA to market. And you know, where we were a year ago versus where we are now, we're seeing live implementations. This is taking place. It's an exciting time. And with those proof points come realistic business model conversations. I think that's where we are, which is proof points exist. Now you can have those business model conversations and they will come to market. Will it be revenue share? Will it be some other one? I think they're all on the table, and it's an exciting time as we see it really come to fruition.
Okay, right, a couple more. Letitia, I've got a question just for you here, and I think we've just about got time to squeeze it in before we close. It's a good one to finish with, I think, as well. Which tips do you recommend to other manufacturers for TA?
First of all, to understand very well the requirements, reading the specs is not just understanding, but implementing the step. Having a good decoder, good team who understand what is the requirement, the specifications, having good test tools that you can measure the accuracy for the switching in broadcast and broadband, both sides, doing robust tests, and then also collaboration with your partner, the broadcaster. That's very important, that there is a connection with them and collaboration. So I would recommend to do this.
Okay, some top advice there. Look at this, we've finished perfectly on time as well. So thank you all very much indeed for participating, and please show your appreciation for our panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. So this year's exhibition area is more interesting than ever. We've got some demonstrations of the new DVB-I standard integrated into TV sets, where HbbTV is playing a key role in deploying that new technology. And more than that, in the last couple of months, of course, we've seen DVB-I trials around Europe, here in Italy, in Germany, Spain, and also in Ireland. And so in our next panel, we're going to have an overview of some of these trials, and we're going to try to understand how DVB-I can be exploited and how HbbTV can contribute to the benefit of both the consumer and the operator.
I am very proud to invite on the stage our first speaker on this section regarding DVBI, Mr. Alberto Bruno, Deputy Director of Corporate Strategic Marketing at RTI Mediaset. He will present the Italian DVBI trial, which speech named The Value of HbbTV in Italian DVBI Trial. Please join me in welcoming Alberto.
Thank you, and welcome in this beautiful town. I'll just steal 10 minutes of your time for telling you what are the progress about what we're doing in Italy now. So, yes, we are moving from a pilot stage to an actual market trial. And so what we did and what are we up to, we did a pilot stage, we did a lot of tech job testing at the POC stage, while collaborating with other broadcasters, with other colleagues from Germany and other countries where the DVBI standard was developed and tested. Then in May, we set up an actual production for, let's say, broadband casting our main channels in DVBI. And finally, this November, we had the first manufacturer that introduced in the market actual DVBI compliant TV sets, so that we can now test in the real world what means doing the DVBI, so getting outside of the labs. What is the Italian market trial? I'll give you the perspective of Mediaset, who is just one of the participants of an open trial, obviously. What we did is bringing our 3 main channels on DVBI, plus one, that is the 4 that you saw. We are broadcasting them in full HD, 180p, by using Dash and HEVC, so the new codec. And one thing that is quite important for us is providing the same experience that you have on broadcast. So low latency is very crucial, so that you have broadcast and IP of the same channels exactly in pace, so higher quality but exactly in pace. And the other very important thing that we are up to is granting the audience the same level of control and of safety. So parental control, APG info are all supported by our channels, and the handover between broadcast and broadband. On one single LCN, we have obviously the broadcast version of our channel HD, and in higher priority for those that are using DVBI standards, the full HD version of the same channel. And these are simple, well, simple not exactly, but these are the standard DVBI capabilities. But the 3 ones that you see behind are those that are only possible with HbbTV. So the DRM content protection is crucial for a broadcaster that broadcasts movies, that needs to be protected. Then the possibility of scaling through multicast ABR and not just with unicast. And finally, monitoring quality of service and quality of experience in real time is, again, something that HbbTV provides us and we are using. So the 2 standards work together and complement each other. Then obviously, you need the broadband and the broadcast network. It's something that is under the responsibility of each single broadcaster. It's not something that is intermediated by an operator. Any single broadcaster uses it. It's their own. And then, obviously, the core of the standard is having a central service registry that is technically and operationally managed by a company from this hometown, which is Kineton. And it's very important because they do validate the TV set for the trial, and they make them access to the list. And as well, they validate the broadcasters who can access to the list, and it's quite important for the trial. And finally, right now we had the first manufacturers that put actual TV sets on the market, which is Vestel with the Telefunken brand, and that joined the actual trial. And finally, obviously, you have the actual viewers. That, our aim is they don't even understand whether it's broadcast or broadband. And that's the good thing of the DVB-I, having a complete seamless experience of the overall television system. So right now, just talking about numbers, in Italy we have about 53 million TV sets, about 90 million HbbTV sets, and we estimate that by the end of the year we will have 250,000 DVB-I-enabled TV sets, of them connected. Obviously, they need to be connected. There will be about 100K, and 50 to 60K will be the families that will opt in for DVB-I. Obviously, the end user is not just put into the DVB-I trial, but they need to fire up the functionality and decide to be part of the trial. So, what are the rules of engagement for this trial? I can tell you what the rules are for any broadcaster willing to participate. And the first one is that obviously any broadcaster can participate. They need to be a broadcaster. They need to have an authorized channel, because we are dealing with DTT, hybridization of DTT and IP. And obviously, they need to have an authorized LCN. And why this is absolutely important? Because we don't want to have any interference with the actual DTT, and with the fact that other broadcasters may or may not participate to the trial. And obviously, the system needs not to interfere with other kind of offerings that are out on the market, like fast channels that comes from manufacturers. The very important thing for an open standard is that broadcasters has full editorial responsibility against the end user, and it has also full responsibility on quality of service by providing their signal and their content on the broadband. And finally, as anticipated, viewers willing to participate will need to opt in and to enable this DVB-I functionality. So what are the objectives that we are aiming with this next stage after the pilot? The first one is bringing actually the standard in the real world, because you need to push it in the real world to understand what are the corner cases and how eventually to solve together the possible issues that the real world brings in. The second one is testing a full operational model, because right now, in the broadcaster side, but this is the same for any other part of the value chain, in fact, we are in production. And this changed the mindset. And you need, for an open standard, that every part of the value chain does their part and work as everything is not just a test, but it's in production. And the third one is gathering data, because we are willing to bring television over broadband open IP. And this is really important for anyone, in my opinion, for any broadcaster, local or not, to have the exact understanding on how their service is being perceived by the end user. So you need data and information coming out real time from your applications. I said applications because HbbTV comes in here. If we want to get data, real-time data on quality of experience, quality of service, we need to have an HbbTV that runs on the DVB-I service, so that we get information, constant information about where and eventually how the service might have flaws and problems, because the main thing that we need to work on is on the broadband network with the ISPs to provide the best quality to the end users. And we need actual users and actual fields to understand where problems are. Then HbbTV, as anticipated for us, is essential. because we broadcast, when I said we bring the actual channels in the actual LCNs, in our case we are using the HD assigned LCNs, we obviously bring the major movies, okay? And we need to protect them. And how we can protect them? With DRM, and DRM is essential for content protection, so for DVB-I, and we need HbbTV for that. And finally, if we want to scale with multicast ABR, then we will need HbbTV still. I have my last one, sorry, I guess I get over my time, which is just an invitation for everyone to join in an open trial that is now reality for any broadcaster. So it's up and running, and anyone can test and get part of the trial for take the best advantage out of this technology. I think that having this step means that all the chain is ready and fine, and we are now ready for having the regulator guidance on this kind of standard to make an open standard become actually a national standard. The third one is, as usual, we need HD Forum and the specification in Italy to follow and have the certification process for the manufacturers to start. And finally, obviously, we will work still on this technology and on HbbTV 204 for even enhancing the level of quality and services that we will provide through DVB-I. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alberto. And if you've got any questions, pop them on Slido, and hopefully we'll have some time at the end to go through those.
Yes, yeah.
Our next speaker is Rafael Bermudez-Grillo, who is the product owner, the R&D team at the CCMA, which is the Catalonian public broadcaster. Rafael has spent his entire professional career, oh my goodness, at CCMA, starting as an interactive TV application developer. And this afternoon he's going to tell us about what's happening in Spain, specifically at CCMA, DVB-I trials, empowering DVB-I with HbbTV use cases.
Thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. Let's start by the beginning. Who are we? We are 3CAT. We were formerly known as CCMA, but now we are 3CAT. We changed our name. And we, as a mother broadcaster, has TV channels, radio channels, and also a ton of applications. I'm going to talk about DVB-I and HbbTV again. What's DVB-I? This is the official description. You know better than me what is this. But what's technically DVB-I? DVB-I is a discovery mechanism. It's a service list and program guide defining in XML format. It does not specify the transmission and distribution technologies and works with all delivery platforms. So far, so good. Let's move the question that the business do. What can we do with DVB-I? We can do a unified channel list. We can have a multiple services instances. We can also have an enhanced EPG. We can also have part-time services. That's cool. We can also have the dynamic playlist. I don't know what is this, but it sounds good. And you can also have direct access to standalone applications. Okay, today I'm going to tell you about our research. We have found that 4 use cases where HbbTV and DVB-I work together very, very well. Let's move to the first use case. Scenario number 1, you don't have bandwidth limit in DVB-I, so let's put thematic channels, and let's put also special events on new channels. What's the problem with that? The problem is for the user. They're gonna have a huge channel list, and also they're gonna have dynamic list, because some channels will appear and disappear, and this is gonna be a chaos. What can we do with HbbTV? With HbbTV, we can have with DVB-I and HbbTV, we can have a channel with an application for grouping all our thematics channels. And we can also have a channel with an application grouping all our part-time services. Maybe you can specify when are you going to stream that channel. That's cool. Next scenario. you don't have enough space and you don't have bandwidth to put UHD, so you put an DVB channel with UHD. Cool. Or maybe you don't have all, but you have one program that is in UHD. Maybe you can define a part-time service for that program. Sounds good. But what's the problem? Or can we change the IP content and make the transition seamless? Let's move to the use case number 3, enhance accessibility. DVI offers something similar to DVT, DVS, and DVC. That is really cool. But with HbbTV, we can provide a more personalized experience. Maybe the user can choose his limitations, and we can provide the best experience for him. We can provide customized subtitles. We can provide also a sign language stream. Let's check. We are giving the news program, and we have also the program available in sign language. Maybe the sign language stream, yeah. The user can change, or maybe also we can do it automatically. Let's move to the last use case, faster application access. Let's face the reality. We are building that. Our applications are very slow to, the access to our application is really slow. You have to go to the channel, wait for the banner, press red button, and you are inside. And also we are building a really complex application. We are building complex, expensive, and hard to maintain applications. Can we fix it with DVI? Yeah, we can improve that. Maybe we can put our application in one specific channel. Somebody called it tab to the app. We can also reduce the complexity of our application by leveraging native DVI features. Maybe you don't need more the EPG section. Maybe our applications can be smaller. And since we don't have an application on our channel, and since we have more budget to expand in application, maybe we can reserve the live channel for broadcast-related and context-aware application. If you are watching X Factor, you have to consume the X Factor application, not the OTT. It doesn't make sense, but this is what are we doing. And let's wrap everything. Combining HbbTV and DVI, we are going to have better user experience, we're going to have better user insights, a fine-grained control to ensure the best quality of experience, and a faster and easier access to the broadcast main application, among other things. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafael. This was very interesting, with a lot of details and information. This is a confirmation that the major European countries are waiting for the DVB-I like a functionality for the future of the television. We have to mention the Germany, which started in 2019 with its DVB-I pilot. And then we can go now with Rainer Bien, Technical Manager and Deputy Managing Director at BMT. Please. The topic on his speech is German DVB-I pilot. Please, welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. First, a few words about who we are. The BMT is located in Munich, as you can see on the image here, and we have been founded in 1994, so we're looking forward to our 30th company anniversary next year. And besides HbbTV and digital TV, we have a strong background in digital radio, analog radio, and traffic telematics as well. But now let's dive into the DVB-I project in Germany. First, I don't want to explain the standard as a whole, but one thing I would like to note, because it causes confusion in many discussions, and that's the second topic here. DVB-I is not another transmission standard. Many people confuse it. It's just a metadata standard sitting on top of the broadcast standards like DVB-S, DVB-C, T, and also dash streaming. So a lot of people think DVB-I means DVB over internet, which is not correct. So this is maybe a thing to clarify here before. When I presented the project last year in Prague, this was the list of the goals we wanted to achieve, and I think we have managed to get everything working up to now. We demonstrated the potential of DVB-I at several events, and we contributed to the standards where it was needed or helpful. Some technical gaps could have been closed, and we also gathered experience with the aggregation of service lists and developed business models and technical solutions, especially to support business models for private broadcasters. We don't have much time, so I can just refer to our report, which is available in German and English language. You can download it from our website or from HbbTV website, and there you find all the details on phase 1 of the project, which has been in the phase between September 22 and March 23. There you find a lot of details on the work we have done until then. And of course, we raised some interest in the press. A lot of publications have been written on this project, and maybe this led to an award we have achieved in September at the IBC, the IBC Innovation Award, which you can see on the lower right-hand side. It was a special innovation award we got, and you see the group of people up there celebrating in Amsterdam, and it's a real pleasure to work together with them because it's a really self-motivated team, and yeah, I think we can achieve a lot more in the future there. And tonight we are also on the short list for the HbbTV Awards today. Frankly speaking, I would think that it would be well deserved for our Italian colleagues to get this, because they have done a great job, and for their decision to go into the market, I think it would be well deserved. But let's wait and see what happens. At IBC, we also started the phase 2 of the project with all the participants of phase 1. They are still all committed. You see the logo wall down there with DVB and EBU as the standards bodies, and broadcasters, public and private broadcasters, as well as receiver manufacturers and technical enablers. So we have a quite good group together to achieve our goals. For the phase 2, I think one of the goals we have to achieve is to find the appropriate technical and organizational entity to provide the service lists. That's one of the goals we have to achieve. We want to implement the service lists based on the public value recommendations of the German media authorities for these services of general interest. We have done that more or less. And of course, that's one of the things we are keen on is server-side regionalization based on the postal codes for the specific distribution areas. I go into details a little bit later on this topic. And of course, DRM and subscription services are crucial for the business models of the private TV broadcasters. And of course, some new use cases like playlists or pop-up channels, which are only available for temporary times like Olympic Games or so, have to be enhanced. And also deep links in content guides into the media library are of course very attractive and have been implemented in the project as well, but we have to go further on this as well. Now there's a topic which I would like to stress a little bit in more detail. This is the aggregation of the service lists. It's one of the topics we are actively involved in. As you can see here, the different partners contribute their partial service lists. So everyone is responsible for their own services, like ZDF or ARD. They provide a part of the service list and they are all aggregated together in a so-called service list aggregator, which is delivering one monolithic list to the TV set then in the end. In this service list, there's also links to the content guides, which are delivered directly from the service providers to the TV sets. As it got more and more complicated to manage these lists, we decided at BMT to build a service list aggregator. You can see on the left-hand side the contributions from the different partners, the partial service lists. They are fed into the service list aggregator, which is checking if they are correct, and if they are correct, they are used. Otherwise, an error message is given to the initiator and has to correct it. And a new feature is also an editor, which we are providing now. This can be used by small stations, for instance. If they just have one or two stations, they can key in their information directly. Based on onboarding documentation, which we just compile at the moment, which is including all the information they have to provide to have an entry in the service list. We have also a database on postal codes. I come to this a little bit later, and on LCN tables as well, which are used to define specific sorted lists based on things like the position of the device. This is a view of the user interface of the service list aggregator. You have a dashboard where you can see all the services which where you are responsible for. So there's a role-based model there. We are caring for all the local stations in Bavaria, for instance, and all the others can be blocked from this view or can be grayed out because you're not allowed to edit services from other providers, of course. If you want to add a new service, you get this user interface. You can key in the service name, provider name, things like logos, related material like AIT URLs. You can also monitor, for instance, the dash stream there. You can see it here. It's not working because it's just a screenshot. You can add additional languages like Italian for this program here. This is also all been done in this user interface, which means it's really easy for service providers not familiar with DVBI to add their service to our service list. Regions. there's a way to define regions in DVBI based on postcodes. You see some postcode ranges. You can make up a region by several postcode ranges, like a region for Munich or Augsburg, German cities in Bavaria. Based on this, you can provide a specific service list for this area. So during the installation process, the user is asked to type in the postcode. In this case, it would be a postcode for Munich. And he would get a specifically sorted list for this area with Bayerisches Fernsehen Süd. This is the local station there, and the private station is München TV. For another area, it would be 2 different programs in this list, so there are specific places in the service list for regional content, which is quite prominent in this sorting here. Here you can see these LCN tables which provide the sorting for the list. So this is the basis. Here you can configure how these lists look like for specific regions, and that's basically almost the end of this presentation. The next steps would be to enhance the number of services in our service list based on rules for LCNs. We just heard from our Italian colleagues that they have rules. We don't have rules, or we have rules only for the first 50 to 60 LCN spots. We have to discuss how we do this. And we work in different task forces. We have one task force for business basics, looking for the onboarding process I just described, for user tests, and these LCN management I just discussed, and also for features like event channels, accessibility, and manufacturer tests. And the last task force is looking for the service list, the architecture, security, and of course DRM. So I think our goal is to create a stable test scenario for device manufacturers, a stable contribution which can be used for testing the devices and sending a signal into the market that we are preparing the market introduction here. It means for us, as we provide the service lead aggregator, that we have to prepare it for a market introduction when maybe several hundreds of thousands of receivers will request the service list aggregator, so we have to prepare for that. So I think we are running out of time, but I'm done with my presentation. Thank you for your interest, and if you want to learn more about it, just come over to our booth at number 8, I think it is, just in the exhibition area. Thank you.
Fine, thank you very much. Don't go away. I've got a question for you and also for Alberto, if he's able to come up from Slido. I'll ask the question now. It says, anonymous poster, as attractive as the new DVBI standard appears, the playout costs via this channel are a real hurdle for broadcasters. How can this problem be addressed? I guess it's different when you're in the trial stage to doing it commercially, but our question is a little bit concerned about the costs. Keep with the microphone, then we can hear you.
What?
Oh, Alberto's voiced the question.
I don't know either. You mean playout costs for,
yeah, in
for streaming?
Terms of, well, the questioner says playout costs, I guess, for using DVBI, I guess the extra expense of adding the metadata to everything.
I think that's, compared to the costs for distribution via satellite or streaming, these are really low costs. I think this will not be the showstopper for DVBI.
Can you put is it possible to put an amount per channel on it? Or
No,
per multiplex?
not here and not at this moment, I think. But really, compared to the other costs you have setting up a program, this is really low cost.
Okay, and one for Alberto, definitely for Alberto, so you're not getting away with it too easily. You presented a number of the numbers of devices which Alberto presented are they related to Italy only? So so just for the Italian
Yes,
market?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, because the way we will work for the market trial is for Italy. So the central service registry is for Italy. And the number of devices that we were presented, that are the ones from Vestel, are for Italy only, obviously.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you. So a big last applause for our speakers. So now it's time for a break. So coffee and small pastries are served in exhibition area. Use this time also for visit the stand of our sponsors.
And we're going to be back here at 5:05 with a roundtable discussion on new distribution methods and services enabled by HbbTV.
Thank you.
At Xperi, we make the ordinary extraordinary. Your favorite products and services are smarter, more immersive, and more personal. With our brands powering the devices you use, the cars you drive, and the entertainment you enjoy. We're making your experience exceptional in every way, at home and on the go, elevating content and how you connect with it, wherever you listen, watch, and play. With truly immersive audio that puts you in the center of the action, the clearest, brightest visuals and expanded picture for optimal viewing, and wireless audio throughout the home so you can catch every moment. We're pushing the limits of sight, sound, and beyond. In the connected car, with the arrival of autonomous vehicles, there is increasing demand for video and gaming on the road. So, we're surrounding drivers and their passengers in high-quality, personalized audio and video, just like at home, with crystal clear, subscription-free digital radio, including more stations featuring your favorite programs and artists. And we're raising the bar on safety and comfort with AI-powered in-cabin sensing solutions and other innovations that are shaping the dashboard of the future. With our pay TV solutions, get to your shows.
Welcome, 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 prova, welcome. Ma mi senti, no? Welcome, no, non c'è. Mi senti? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. Prova, prova, prova. Welcome, prova, prova. 1, 2, prova. Prova, 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 prova. Sorry. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for the last part of this conference. I hope you enjoyed the coffee, drink, and also the networking. We are starting our second roundtable discussion regarding the HbbTV. Please use your mobile phone to provide the question using Slido application and insert the code HbbTV Naples. Well, now we would like to invite our speakers on the stage on topic where the HbbTV technology plays an important role in enabling advanced services.
And if we could invite the speakers up, I'm going to move over here because I suddenly realized there's one chair fewer than we need. So our speakers will take chairs and I'll stand up over here. If I could call everybody up who's joining the panel, please. Thank you very much. Okay, so as we heard, we're going to be looking at the role that HbbTV technology plays in enabling advanced services. To do that, we have, which order shall we do this in? Everybody's in a complete different order to what I was expecting. If I could do this correctly, someone get the pictures right. Thierry Deveau is Principal Software Architect for Nagra. We have Bob Campbell, Director of Engineering Sales for Resilient. Dan Rakopiev, Sales Director of Mainstreaming. We have Philip Rotterman, the CEO and co-founder of WeDoTV. We have Raimondo Federico, Technical Manager from Kineton. We have Alberto Bruno, Deputy Director of Corporate Strategy Marketing at RTI Media Set. Oh, lots of names. RTI Media Set. It's media for you. Anyway, you're very welcome nonetheless, Alberto. We're missing somebody. We're missing somebody at the end. Oh, no. Cristiano, there you are. Cristiano Benzi. There is one more seat. Did I miscount these? I think I might come and sit down over here then, in which case there's a lot to... Who we miss? Yes, I kind of, yeah, thank you. God dear. No, I've got this one, so you can keep that. Let's get underway. Let's actually start with Couchplay and tell us what you do and a little bit about Couchplay for those who are not familiar with the company.
We're Couchplay. 10 years ago, we experimented in the gaming area if HbbTV could be a good technology to develop games. And we had the idea of watching TV and gaming on the same screen at the same time. And that worked so great that since the last 10 years, we developed over 500 games and integrated with a lot of broadcasters and doing good revenues.
It's interesting, isn't it? Gaming is one of those things, a bit like 3D TV, that seems to go through waves of, oh, it's going to happen. We're kind of at one of those moments again right now, I feel, which is good news for Couchplay, I guess.
It's great news. It's really interesting. It's more like the customer has attention for the product instead of the industry. But it's a quite good thing because you have less competition and have more usage, and the broadcaster loves it.
And I guess technology helps, improvements in latency, the abilities like cameras on top of TVs to help reflect back what a participant is doing.
Yeah, each year new devices out there in the market, better games, more usage, more revenues, more pre-rolls, new devices, more games, and it's like HbbTV does a great job there.
Yeah, no, that's good news. Alberto, we've obviously know a little bit about you. You've been here this year and also in previous years as well. I guess gaming is a good example of the kind of thing that HbbTV can do, but there's plenty of others as well, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we embraced HbbTV a long time ago, and before we embraced MHP, so we have a lot of experience, even on gaming and on having application on top of broadcast channels for having a gamification approach that is not just gaming, but involving more and more of the people to come back and stay on watching TV and interacting with the shows. One of the first games that we made was with Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, where the end users could answer the questions during the game and winning. So gamification, to us, the crucial thing about HbbTV is the fact that it can interact with what you're watching. So it stays contextual. And the way we do games or polling or voting, even for the Big Brother, is having the possibility of interacting with the format in real time.
And the play-along aspect, I guess, is important. But some broadcasters, of course, use voting as a revenue stream. Can you do that as well?
No, we don't do it anymore. We think it's more in because. In the end, you can vote on any device, including the main screen, and we are not anymore having the pay-per-vote business model. We instead have voting is a tool for keeping people attached to the show.
And the universality and that aspect is more important than however many cents you were making per transaction.
Exactly.
Okay, that's interesting. Raimondo, I guess you're enabling a lot of this kind of stuff at Keneton, aren't you?
Thank you. First of all, thanks for giving me the opportunity to be at this panel. What we can say is that the HbbTV can enable more functionalities, and the idea is it has been always to switch the final user from the passive actor to the active actor. So the gamification could give this the opportunity to, as also Alberto said, to also give a feedback to the user. This means that we already know that we can collect data from the HbbTV application. So we can think about an application that is customized. So it means that you will see a game that is customized based on the target that you are in. So it means that, okay, I'm watching a movie, I will see a game that has inside some advertising that is customized for me. And this can be happen just because we can collect data. And this is important because the HbbTV enable this.
And we were, Philip, we were watching outside in one of the exhibitions. It was the German DVBI demonstration where your channel is a part of that.
Yes, that's correct. I mean, first of all, we do TV. For everyone who doesn't know us, we run a free streaming television service across multiple territories in Europe. This includes AVOD and a various amount of fast channels. And first of all, together with Eutelsat, we just recently launched the first fast service on satellite on the back of HbbTV, and then also with Remo sitting just ahead of me there, we are part of the German DVBI trial, and of course HbbTV is part of, or basically the base foundation to enable fast in DVB-C.
And Dan, to you now, your company, oh, complete microphone swap going on. Dan, your mainstreaming is very much in, I nearly said background, which is not what I mean at all. It's providing the underlay of the technology for the streaming services used by HbbTV.
Yeah, exactly. So for us, being at HbbTV, it's very interesting because we like to hear all the companies and what they're doing, because we don't directly provide anything with the HbbTV app, but we play a crucial role in supporting it. Because I like to say you can have the best technology, the best go-to-market, but if you're missing that final link in delivering whatever your product is, then it's a failure. So mainstreaming has developed our CDN from the ground up, and we're very, very focused on video streaming, and our two cores are quality of experience to the end user, and then also the return on investment, because we know there's a lot that goes into this, and so it's been a great day just understanding what everyone is doing and then how we can help support everything.
Thank you very much. Cristiano, you are Italian, but you're actually based with Eutelsat in Paris. But
correct. Yes.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about your role there.
Well, thank you, Julian. As a matter of fact, I work for Eutelsat. Eutelsat is a satellite operator. So you might wonder what's a satellite operator doing in a panel where, or in an exhibition, in a conference where we are talking about HbbTV. Well, as a matter of fact, we as a broadcast operator, as a network operator, because let's say our main business is basically selling satellite capacity for end customers, pay TV platforms, public service broadcasters, we do realize that the vertical world of broadcasting is based on a business model which is unfortunately not anymore rentable as it used to be some time ago. And the world is becoming more and more hybrid. HbbTV is also for us an opportunity for diversifying our activities and for experimenting new business model, that what we are doing with Peter and with We Do TV. Not only, but we also exploit HbbTV on the platforms that we operate ourselves from the French market. We are actually the operator of FranceSat. FranceSat is the equivalent of TVSat, the equivalent of Review. Is actually a free-to-view platform completely managed with encrypted content for the distribution of the DTT content via satellite over France. We exploit quite heavily, I would say, HbbTV in that context, which is bringing us additional advantages as well.
Okay, Chiri, to you next. You're with NAGRA. I guess most people know NAGRA, but unpack a little bit what your particular part of NAGRA does.
Yeah, thank you. So at NAGRA, as you may know, we serve the major pay TV operators in the whole world. And we see this focus, this market shift from pure broadcast to a hybrid world. So in this context, we see also the operator, they want to move into the big screen to be part of this story. And for that, they look for platforms. They look for platforms which can scale, on which they have a big richness of capabilities for their content, but for most, they want their own brand and user experience to remain. And so what we are bringing to the market together with HbbTV is really, with operator application, this unique capability to bring the branding of an operator, a major tier 1 pay TV operator. They want to keep their brands. And with operator applications, this is becoming a reality across various TVs. So that's really a big value of HbbTV, perhaps underused today. But with now millions of TVs deployed with HbbTV and operator app support, we are really pushing at Nagra a direct-to-TV alternative, which is an additional market that you can capture and bring your services to a big number of customers.
It's interesting, a bit like I was saying earlier with regards to gaming. It's almost as if the op app is having a bit of a renaissance. I remember, I don't know, 10, maybe a dozen or so years ago, when the days when people were slipping in little cards, in little conditional access systems into the side of into a TV. There was like some op app stuff going on there, and I think at the time telcos were getting involved, so you were plugging things in. I think UView did this. You plugged in a UView box, and if you got BT, it became a BT box. If you plugged it into TalkTalk, it became a TalkTalk box. And now, with the technology moving forward, there's this new opportunity which has opened up again.
Yeah, correct. And that's really exciting to see HbbTV coming there. And even going beyond with TA and the rest of capabilities we see, it's not just bringing the branding, but it's also bringing new business models, new revenue share. So I think it's more than just plugging a new output. It's also helping operators to transform and get into new business models.
Okay, thank you very much. Finally to Bob. Thank you very much. And tell us a little bit about Resilient.
Yeah, hi. So the reason I was just a little bit late to the stage is we were talking about some new ideas and new distribution methods and technologies that were a challenge for people to deploy. And what Resilient is here for is to be your independent partner to test and ensure the quality and the consumer experience of the services that you want to put together and put out. As we've been working for a very long time on HbbTV test material and development of tools to aid device certification and the capability of devices to support the features, but also now it's increasingly clear that the important area that we need to focus on next is application layer testing and actually how do these applications work on the different platforms that we're starting to see emerge, not just HbbTV, but all the other different smart TV platforms. Now, I know that the beauty of HbbTV is it's produced a cross-platform environment and some standards that are really powerful. They can be used to harness that interoperability, but also on other device platforms. And I think there's a lot to be done there where interoperability can be improved by more and more integration testing with applications involved. And that's what we're doing, and we're displaying quite a lot of stuff over on our
So
stand.
is it just testing with the applications, or do you have to test an application? Well, for example, an HB, is it possible that not necessarily HbbTV, but any application might work perfectly fine in one place, but then you introduce a TV manufacturer's operating system, and through nobody's fault other than a bit of bad luck, something goes awry and it crashes or whatever it might do.
Yeah, so I mean, the complexity of the different manufacturers' stacks is kind of, there are a lot of different ways of doing the same thing because they all want to have their own platform and their own supply chain and so on. And so although we have interoperability at some level through the test suite, it's not comprehensive enough to say that every device that comes along will work with every application. And so even having done certification testing, you have a platform there, but you may have variations in performance that the HbbTV spec tends to stay a little bit shy from specifying, and you have other types of features and functionality that the TV may or may not support that are going to impact your application. So there's always a layer above that that needs to be done on each device and each application and each service that you want to deploy.
Interesting. Okay, that's good. We'll turn to some of those themes during the course of our conversation. I should add, of course, that you can use Slido if you've got a question that you'd like to put to the panel. I'll come to some of those in a moment or two. Just ask a question at any time, and then I'll put it through the appropriate person or persons. I'd like to look maybe at DVBI, because it was quite fun looking at the demo outside a little earlier on. Maybe start with Cristiano on this, because I'm thinking that whilst there are some big platforms in Europe, obviously, you know, Sky in my house at home, and there's many probably people in this room with the Italian connection will be watching it too. But there's markets perhaps where, well, Eutelsat has stepped in. I think of something like Fransat, I think, where you're sort of running the platform. It's not really a pay TV platform, but it's a means for people to get the television they love. That seems to be ripe for DVBI to sit alongside it.
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, the situation, as you were mentioning between the line, Julian, is extremely, how can I say, evolving. The market is changing rapidly. We as satellite operator, again, we work in a world which is quite vertical. As you were saying, platforms like Sky and many pay TV platforms, as a matter of fact, are bound to be vertical platforms, and as such they are closed, they are integrated, because they need for their own business to control the entire process of delivery of the content. They need to control the set-top box. They implement functionalities, like functionalities that are today available through HbbTV or DVBI applications, through their own proprietary, so to say, set-top box. The situation is changing rapidly. We see a deep integration between DVBI and HbbTV. How is gonna change, and how is gonna deploy, and how is this gonna develop? We should probably need the crystal ball to provide a proper answer to these questions. Technology is definitely an enabler, but at the end of the day, it's actually the value proposition of the technology. What the technology is capable to bring to which actual customer requirement is the technology bringing an answer to. That is the key point. For instance, HbbTV, but you know better than me, I myself as Italian living abroad, I've been recently back in Italy purchasing a TV set since many years, and I was surprised by the richness of application that you have today available, thanks to HbbTV, on almost every national supplier. Almost every national provider provides you with the red button, with the restart, enriched DPG. That's definitely a very much richer world, which is bringing a significant advantage to the user, but the user must kind of be used to take profit of that. We were discussing this during lunchtime with a couple of colleagues. Italy is probably a region where people were used, thanks to the teletext, the Italian teletext, to take profit of additional metadata, if you want, additional services from the traditional broadcasting, the analog broadcasting, because it used to be the analog broadcasting. A word that used to be probably in France a bit more closed. There was the Minitel at the time in France. So probably Italians have been a bit more used to take profit of this opportunity. Italy has been one of the first countries in Europe to adopt a multi-medium platform, and then a big effort in migrating the services to HbbTV. Today, Italy is practically HbbTV 1.5 as a minimum compliance. So there is definitely the ecosystem for making possible. How is DVBI entering into the ecosystem? Well, DVBI is definitely bringing, how can I say, homogeneous infrastructure complementing the traditional broadcasting. There is a point that myself as a satellite operator, I like to be a bit more provocative on that. There is the point of the CDN. Of course, these for operators are additional costs that go on top of the broadcasting cost. In particular, video broadcasting costs on digital terrestrial tend to be a bit more expensive than costs on other platforms like the satellite, as the colleague from RTI knows very well. So that's a worry which is definitely changing. I'm probably too old to see the end of this process. Well, at least I would be retired at the time. But it's definitely a very engaging and very exciting moment to live.
Sorry, Philip, thank you, Cristiano. Philip, you're, as we saw outside earlier on, you're using DVBI, and it almost looks like you're being able to get onto platforms through IP that you wouldn't normally have a place on.
Yeah, I mean, just going back, my team and myself, we've been in broadcast all our lives, and when we started We Do TV, and that was back in 2018, we started as a pure AVOD service, and we thought, are we going to be super cool? We are hipsters. We don't do television channels again, and we just do AVOD. And I think as of today, we run 10 channels across various territories. But we said from day one, when we launched the first one, we have to be able to go back to the traditional distribution ways, because that's where meat is on the bone. Just taking Germany as an example, as a market, you know, roundabout with Austria and Switzerland together, around about 40 million television households. Someone like Samsung TV Plus only covers probably 8% of the market. So then you have to ask yourself, as someone who runs channels, you want to be in all the homes. And that's when we started to investigate how we get into those homes, but leveraging the power of dynamic ad insertion, because that's the beauty of FAST. And that's where you need technology like HbbTV and DVBI, and we've been very at the forefront in launching our channels in DVB-C networks, on satellite now, the project with Hotbird and Eutelsat, where we're very proud of, and that brings us really, gives us the full opportunity of every single market.
Alberto, in terms of DVBI, obviously there's been the trial here in Italy. Does that appeal to Mediaset in not just in the Italian market, maybe some of the other markets in which you operate? Perhaps if you've got one of your smaller channels which wouldn't necessarily have a place otherwise?
Well, first and foremost, in Italy, what we are interested in is diversifying the broadcast networks that we're using. And the IP, the open internet, was used for VOD very much, but it's not fully capable right now of dealing with linear, exactly for the reasons that were anticipated. So we understood that if we want broadband to be suitable for TV, we need to work on it and develop it with ISP and with network operators. So the first interest that we have is that if you think about in 5 years, let's say that now in Italy the standard is HD, even on DTT. Before it was SD, and HD was on satellite, okay? But if I take a look in 5 years or 7 years, maybe we should go on 4K. But on the other side, we cannot lose the coverage that the broadcast networks provide to us. So we were looking to something that can be modular. And DTT for us in Italy is absolutely the main thing to have for having coverage. We live off advertisements, so we need coverage. And then, if you want to stay up to the curve, especially for some targets, and provide more quality and more services, then you need to build up. And for what we know, DTT itself is limited. If I want to go 4K...
And could be limited even more by...
I hope not.
Probably not with this set of WOC regulations, but maybe some set in the future.
Who knows? The point is, even though if it's not limited, it's capped in terms of evolution, in terms of quality and so on. So our first thing was, let's pave the way for our future for linear broadcasting, because we still think linear will be very important for as a user experience, okay? And so that's for it. The second part of your answer, of your question is, whether we will use DVBI for going abroad. The point is you need to stay regulated for the places where you're going. So we're not seeing IP as a way of going around with no regulations. On the other side, we think that if an IP channel is regulated, then can access to a nation, and same for us on the other nations. But it goes through a clear regulation of the IP as being a network and a broadcast network as all the others. Otherwise, we mess up of having two different words that collide with different regulations. It is not what we're aiming for having an open competition.
Okay. Anybody, large panel, so I'm not going to come to everybody on every question. So, but does anybody else want to come in on this particular area at all? Go ahead. In which case, Raimondo.
Yes, thank you. Since the beginning of Kineton, we have been involved in the emerging technology. And of course, we have been in the TVBI for the Italian market, providing the CSR, so the Central Service Registry for the TVBI trial market in Italy. And another focus point is that, as also Bob said, we need to address the testing of the new devices, because of course you need to be sure that when the DVBI will be, let's say, in all the European countries, you of course need to have the device that are ready to receive this new transmission.
And as we know, any technology which is being introduced takes a while to filter through the system, as it were, for the new TV sets to be bought.
Yeah, and of course we have built a test material in order to do this. So our goal is to validate the new devices against this spec. Of course, there are some challenges because maybe there are some lack of specification that need to be addressed. And another key point would be, again, because we can at the moment provide different solutions that enable you to collect data even if you are on the DVB streaming. So for the final user, it means that it's kind of a seamless user experience. So for the final user, it's the same, but we can give to our customer, to the broadcaster, the audience measurement coming from the DVB streaming. Yeah.
I guess, Bob, you'll be checking these things as well to make sure that everything does what it says on the tin.
Yeah, sure. And I mean, HbbTV itself has put a lot of effort into building some material to ensure devices support features. I was going to say something that's often overlooked is what you mentioned about the timeline that it takes to support features in the market. You know, manufacturers of TVs in particular work on an annual life cycle of renewals and updates and so on. And although some things could be updated in the field, they're very reluctant to do that. And so you need to think far ahead about the features and use cases you want supported in your devices for 2 years, 5 years from now, in order to make sure that there are tests available so that they can support those features and that there are use cases and application examples that they can test against as they're developing them in a view now for next year and the year after. And it takes a lot of forward thinking to anticipate that kind of life cycle in the TV world. And that's not something that you experience so much in browsers or mobile development, but in TVs it's still like that. And you can't get away from that very quickly at the moment. So that's something that everybody needs to think about when you're starting to look at new services and whatever new distribution method and technology you want to deploy.
There's much more testing going on in the TV world than there is, say, in the world of the iPhone.
Yeah, they're able to ensure an experience that people wouldn't tolerate perhaps on a phone. Right? The experience of a lean back kind of big screen broadcast experience is not the same as what you might tolerate when you're watching YouTube and you see that little buffering signal, or it just goes away and you have to refresh the page. That kind of stuff is not acceptable. And so the guys who put the $1,000 or whatever currency you want to talk TV in your room want to make sure that that TV really performs, and they won't rush out a software stack and so on without a lot of detailed testing. So.
It's interesting. There was a well-known streaming service, one of the I would say, not necessarily, one of the larger ones, which just gives far too much buffering on one device in my home. I won't name names, but the implication is that things can sneak through.
Yeah, and you know, those big US streaming giants spend huge sums of money on multi-device testing in orders of magnitude bigger than I think HbbTV participants are able to. But that's the kind of thing that needs to happen if you want to achieve that kind of level of consumer experience. And I think that's where independent partners like us can come in and help offer a service that's a bit more manageable and take some of those challenges away from you to make that possible, that kind of order of customer experience possible.
I think this particular US streaming service needs to give you a call, but that's another story. Dan, lots of advances in streaming, I guess, in recent years. What can we expect that's coming down the line?
Well, the biggest thing is going to be our edge computing. So, as you were mentioning with the buffering, the major thing that we're seeing issues with in the market is this a fast ramp up, and then I would say network congestion. So how we can help manage that. And a good use case now, and we actually started here in Italy, was with DAZN. This was anyone from Italy knows that football is life. And when you turn on that channel, you have to make sure that it works. And years ago, going back before mainstreaming got involved, and we were not, I don't want to take 100% credit, we were not the only ones involved, but the network congestion was a big issue. So we had to see how we could help advance that. And what we did together with DAZN was placing our networks inside the ISPs, working together with them. And that's really what you have to do, because when you have events with large audiences, these are challenges that people are going to start facing.
We've talked about the DAZN and the great work that you did there at previous conferences. But the thing which still have in the back of my mind, in a country like Italy, how on earth did they not see it coming as a potential problem that, oh, who'd have thought it? Serie A is available only online now. I wonder if there'll be congestion on the network.
The issue goes back to working with the telco, because we knew the issue was coming, but then it's trying to convince the telco and the ISPs to let us place our service inside. Because if you're placed outside, then yes, you're going to have congestion problems. The way I describe it to people who are not too technical is, imagine you're going on a trip and you just leave during rush hour. The highway is clogged. Or imagine if you had a dedicated highway just for you. We want to build that dedicated highway to make sure that we don't run into any problems. We have to get away from best effort and guarantee the quality, because everyone here is selling a great service, and at the end of the day, the end user doesn't know what the issue is. All they know is, I turn on that TV and it has to work. And I don't have the numbers on top of my head, but we've done case studies where we see that if the show buffers one time, the drop in attendance drops straight away. The less buffering, someone builds an emotional attachment to that show. I know personally myself, and I won't name any networks, but I'll watch a show and I'll say, well, the last time I watched it, it wasn't that great and it buffered twice. Once I get engaged in another show, I'm locked in, I'm emotionally connected to that, and now I'm going to stay with that show. So if we're investing all this money, we have to make sure that we're giving all the very true best quality.
Yeah, it is a case, I guess, of normal rules apply. And things like latency, which has been a favourite conference topic. It's up there with the end of the set-top box for the conference discussions. But can we get it in? Is there room to go, is basically what I'm saying on improving that.
Yes, but we also, I would say ultra-low latency to me has not been a major concern unless you're getting into gaming or betting. Then what we need to do is placing our servers in the right locations, lowering the cache layers. So what we do is we place our servers on the edge, and then we go going through our technology, we can identify where the end user is, and it's going to reduce the amount of hops from each server and go directly. What we want to do is we want to go directly from the origin directly to the closest server to the end user and deliver it. If it has to jump around and just find the first available, that is where you have congestion problems.
I want to come to Antonio, but I'll go to Bob first of all.
I just wanted to point out, the irony here is we're on a panel in a discussion about HbbTV's ability to provide new distribution methods, and there is a backhaul channel or an offloading channel called the broadcast channel for these kinds of things that we could be using for live events. I think there's a limited number of things that we need to see live anymore that people will watch. You know, the dynamics of viewers is changing, and especially with the young people that are in my household, they don't watch much linear TV these days. But there are a few things like sports that matter live. And in another world, we are monitoring what's going on in India, where they have an even bigger problem of live sports and streaming and getting that to all the people watching it on their phones. And they are looking at whether the broadcast channel could be that offload of the live for the IPL, which is a peculiar Anglosphere version of rounders or baseball that you might know about. But anyway,
it's cricket, but not as we know it. I think it's possibly the cricket in a football-style stadium.
And for this audience, cricket is rounders, but not as you know it. Anyway.
Yeah, I guess so.
So the irony here is that there are applications HbbTV could bring to bear on these kinds of problems that maybe solve some of these challenges already, and it's about looking at how you can use that technology in that way instead of maybe the traditional sense of having a linear channel that shows the normal programs. Maybe you only use it for those live, you know, in a future where we are compressed on bandwidth and so on, maybe we use that for the live, and these other things we use the streaming for.
But I wonder, I don't want to pick on poor old DAZN here, but it's not quite they brought it upon themselves, because all they've done is the classic thing of wanting to make a name for themselves, enter the Italian market truly and proper. How else are you going to do it but buy into the top sport? But we know, and I think they've done this in the UK market, other markets, where you tune in at whatever time it is, there's the match on the broadcast, and there's the HbbTV app or whatever, which takes you to the not quite as good games. You know, I don't know, Liverpool, Manchester United, is that still a good game? I don't know. That goes on the main feed, whereas Doncaster, Barnsley goes on the side channels. I'm sorry I can't come up with any Italian examples. I can barely do the English ones. But that, by the sheer fact that the technology enables DAZN to go live across Italy with it, you know, that's what they chose to do. So that we have the problems to solve, but they chose not to go the route in which they could be solved.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we're talking here about how do we use the technology to solve problems in the future, I think a rethink of how we use the H of HbbTV might be one of those directions to take and to look at in a future where we're seeing increasingly number. You know, my kids tune into whatever they can watch on demand, really, and by a whole different world of viewing.
Yeah, isn't it just? I wanted to bring you in, Antonio, because of the gaming connection there.
I like what you say. I think we have to go a step ahead. HbbTV is a technology, but now we can deliver emotions, new contents, interactivity. I think the kids, I'm right, they're watching Netflix, TikTok, and Insta. Okay, but they also want to be part of something. And if there is a live event, for example, in Germany, if there is Dschungelcamp or any other show, they want to watch it because they want to be part of it. And we have a chance with HbbTV to interactivate them, that they can be part of it, that on the next day they can talk about it. And if HbbTV is just in the background, the tool we use to get the customers back, because the big difference between Netflix and all the streamers and the broadcasters are, there's people outside, they're watching the same stuff and the same time on the same device possible, on a TV. And we have to unlock this potential. Netflix can't do this. All those streamers, they can't do it. We can do this, and we have the technology. And now we are on a big next step to get these emotions ready that they not only talk about on the next day, maybe they talk instant with HbbTV, maybe with the red button, maybe they have a emotion button. They can just say, once a show, you can hit the emotion button. And once the most people hit the emotion button, everybody on TV sees it. It's a simple application you can do with HbbTV. But then you be part of it, and then you say, hey, that was not the moment. For me, it was Haaland was the moment. And in Munich, we would say Müller was the moment. And then discussion can start. And I think HbbTV is such a great technology we have to bring people together and share emotions.
And Thierry, I guess this is the kind of, well, this is sort of your area, isn't it? The sort of the ability to transfer people from one platform to another, be it mobile to regular TV through HbbTV, and then off to something else again.
Yeah, that's right. And this is really, I agree with you. It's really a big value of hybrid. It's really to make the best use of the technology. I think we are going away from a world where you have all the resources you want, you have to optimize. And it means today, even multicast, maybe it's not so much thought about it because we think satellite, we think cable, but we see more and more operators who build hybrid set-top boxes. They can work on satellite, but you can hook them up on a fiber network in a city, and it will take multicasts. It will really do the live perfectly, and then you have this capability to switch to OTT instantaneously for PVR, for catch-up, even for long-tail live OTT channels. So with that, you have the benefits of the live, which is perfect, high-quality UHD. And then on top of that, you can bring a long tail of even live services. What we discussed, this long tail of live services besides just VOD. So there is more things you can monetize, more services you can give, but you would throw money off your window if you didn't leverage those resources and optimize them. So I think sustainability was a key topic also, openness, and for me, HbbTV really highlights those core values of sustainability, openness that we want to have. And I think we have to fight to keep off fragmentation, of also thinking just OTT only. It's maybe a small box also. There was the small box of broadcast. Now there is the small box of OTT on the other hand. But if we are really open-minded, we should see now the opportunity to really do the best out of the resources we have. And I think today we have the solutions.
We've got 8 or so minutes left, so I'm going to do some Slido questions. If anybody wants to add in their own question, just go to the Slido app, pop it in there, and I'll try and direct that to our panelists this afternoon. Now, Marco has put in the question. I might need some help on this. DVB-I and DVB-NIP or DVB-NIP. I've completely forgotten what that is, so somebody's going to have to explain that one to me. But what's the best opportunity for satellite operators to offer real multicasting coverage to broadcasters instead of using unicast CDNs? Who would like to? It feels like a Cristiano question, but if anybody else wants to come in afterwards, please do so.
Yes, thank you, Julian. Well, actually, the question makes reference to two of the most popular standards today on the market, DVB-I. Well, of course, I don't have to say, we know it. We have been discussing about that already. And DVB-NIP, where NIP stands for native IP. In short, what is DVB native IP? Is a standard. Well, it's a next to be standard. It is in the advanced phase of finalization. It is supposed to become a standard by beginning of next year, NETSI standard beginning of next year. The advantage of native IP is the capability to bring native OTT content, so multicast ABR, through a broadcasting channel, like the terrestrial channel, or the satellite channel. The advantage, as Dan was saying, is the possibility through the satellite to get to the very edge of the delivery, ensuring basically the bypass of the CDN, so saving cost of CDN, and also ensuring the fact that you are not experiencing bottlenecks on the CDN delivery, because actually you are broadcasting in a broadcast way, in a broadcast fashion, the delivery to the very end user. Let's say in extreme configuration, DVB native IP is actually allowing implementing the edge at the user households on the same set-top box, which is actually receiving the traditional broadcasting channel. It will receive also the OTT content and broadcast on a local network, Wi-Fi network typically.
This is a different questioner is being very formal here, or they're being very formal here. Mr. Benzi, they start. Is maybe the combination of DVB-I and DVB-NIP the future of distribution? It sounds they could work together if somebody chooses to do so.
It's more or less the same question.
Yeah.
It's probably. I have to say that I cannot say more than probably, because as I was saying during also my introduction, I've spoken already too much, so I will probably leave the stage also to my colleagues. But that's definitely, the perfect example where technologies allow to bring additional value and hoping for massive adoption. I have to say that DVB-native IP will require the adaptation of, in what we call DTH 2.0 scenario, which is actually set-top boxes capable to receive at the same time the broadcasting channel and the new native IP content. The set-top box will have to be adapted, will have to be a second generation of set-top box. So it will take time. Limited investment, because there is nothing very fancy, nothing very complex from the technical standpoint, but it's something that will take time.
Okay, thank you. Another question here. In order to compete with growing OTT popularity, is it the right time to add performance requirements for HbbTV devices? I will start with Romualdo, and then I will go to Bob after that.
Yeah, we can say yes, but it's not so easy when you think something needs to be implemented. It means that it's not costless. So first of all, we need to understand how much effort we need to put inside this new, let's say, specification. But I totally agree, because against this OTT streaming worldwide, we need to do something. And of course, we can do. I think that this also in the next few years, the new technologies can help us to do this. I mean, I'm telling, for instance, the low latency. So we can maybe in the future have some other algorithms that enable the low latency that goes down and down and down. So in order to have probably the best quality video experience, more or less real time. So we should do something related to this. Yeah.
Okay, Bob, I'm quite surprised there isn't anything in already, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, so that's a real worm. We would love to see that, and we've had performance tests available for some time, but broadcasters, be very, very careful what you wish for, because you've got to realize that HbbTV is not the only game in town now, and the platforms that you are competing with have very, very, very big, we saw from Paul earlier the amount of money that Vizio and others are making out of their own streaming platforms, and you will lose manufacturers if you're not careful from the HbbTV ecosystem. So it is an ideal, but I think that problem is better solved by applications that actually perform the functionality you want to achieve and that have real value to consumers, having to win out in a marketplace of different devices competing against each other. And that's through testing on those devices and with those applications and tuning them. Because you will not get the likes of the big brands to buy into severe performance requirements through the HbbTV organization. As
just something which adds to the cost, effectively. Just something which makes it more expensive for manufacturer and consumer.
Frankly, they've got their own channels and their own platforms that they're more interested in developing. And so it's a reality check to say this is not going to happen easily and with a simple wish to cast a magic wand over the HbbTV spec, and that isn't how it works. And you're far better at approaching this from, here's a use case, here's an application that has a lot of eyeballs on it, and it's not working on your TV. What can we do about it? Let's work together. Let's, I would say have an independent partner to do the testing and that you can trust, that is not pulling the wool over your eyes. But work with them on that. And I'm also chair of the interoperability task force at HbbTV, so always interested in ideas or suggestions. But I caution that HbbTV is not operating in a world of its own that it can wish for these kinds of things.
Okay. final, I might keep with you for this one, Bob, because it feels like your sort of direction, from Richard Lindsay Davis of the DTG. Should HbbTV and DVB work together to productize and deploy an open standard BT style, deep breath, multicast assisted unicast delivery system to all TVs? Maud to her friends.
I mean, everything that HbbTV and DVB can do together to improve the practicality and the reality of their standards hitting the ground, I think has got to be welcomed. And I know DVB have done a lot of work recently in their V initiatives to actually test and instantiate their test spec or their specs with real examples, with streams and with reference implementations. That they've done that with DVBI, and we've seen the benefits of that, and I would encourage more of that to happen. So across all their standards, I think that's the way to go.
That feels like a very positive way to end things as the clock ticks down to 0. So thank you all gentlemen very much for taking part this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you.
Like always.
Thank you. Right, thank you everyone, and also thank you to for your questions this afternoon, which have been very good. Thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yes. Okay, we are ready.
We are approaching the end of this interesting first day of the symposium. Tomorrow, new, different kind of discussion, a new format, more interactive, topics decided by you. Yes, you, in the morning. And it's called Unconference, and it's the first time that it's going to happen at HbbTV. And a very successful Unconference took place at DVB World and at the EBU and other company events. So be ready with your pitch of what you want to discuss tomorrow.
We are going to finish the conference day with one more speaker, a special guest from the Italian Communication Regulatory Authority, Autorità per le Garanzie nelle Comunicazioni, or AGCOM, Mr. Giorgio Greppi, Director of the Audiovisual Media Services Directorate at AGCOM. During his years,
First of all, let me thank all the people involved in the organization of this conference. I'm very pleased to be here today with you. I'm Giorgio Greppi, the Director of the Audiovisual Service Directorate of AGCOM, that is the Italian National Regulatory Authority. Since its establishment in 1997 in Naples, AGCOM has been a convergent authority, dealing with both the audiovisual and the electronic communication sector. Maybe this was a visionary approach in 1997, considering that at the time the sectors did not have many common issues and many connections. For sure, it has turned out to be a huge advantage now and will keep to be so far for the next years. In fact, AGCOM has been recently appointed as the Italian Digital Service Coordinator for the implementation of the Digital Service Act, and is cooperating with the European Commission and other digital service coordinator of our member states to enforce the rules settled by the Digital Service Act for providers and platforms. After the interesting speech we heard today, I would like to give you a quick overview of the most recent developments in the regulatory framework. I'd like to focus on two main areas. First of all, the harmonization of the media service authorization framework, with special attention to the fast channels. And the second is the accessibility and prominence measures for media services and audiovisual contents. Regarding the harmonization of the authorization framework for media service providers, the previous Audiovisual Media Service Directive was issued in 2007, or through drafted in 2006, launch year of YouTube. And the Italian Media Act was modified with a specific authorization regime for media service providers, pointed on transmission technology. So we had a different regime for digital terrestrial television, a different regime for satellite, internet protocol, and even cable. Different titles, requirements, duration, and obligation for each authorization. Additionally, we had in place a specific regulation for video on-demand services. As we have seen today, HbbTV Set acts as an hub for different transmission platforms. So, from a user perspective and also from a regulator perspective, there is not a clear recognition of a transmission technology. The same media services or content can be received from different platforms in a best effort scenario. So there is strong need to harmonize all the authorization framework. We can say that one title must fit for all. The recent AGCOM deliberation number 295 adopted last Wednesday follows this principle and sets now a common regime. The key drivers of this framework are one main authorization legally binding for the media services to all the different platforms. So we don't have a distinction for transmission technology, just one authorization. Fast channels are inside the scope of this regulation, as far as they provide a media services to the final user. The authorization process is very simple. The main goal is the identification of editorial responsibility for audiovisual content provided in order to apply the common rules established by the AVMS directive, that are mainly the identification of a provider, protection of minors, advertising limits, and the European works promotion. Services that are authorized in other European member states do not need an Italian authorization. There will be a central register at the European level, starting from the current MAVIS database that is actually managed by the European Council. The establishment criteria to identify the country of origin are perfectly settled by the actual AVMS directive. The digital terrestrial authorization framework is out from the scope due to scarce resource utilization, mainly frequencies and logical channel numbers. We will soon draft a public consultation for an update taking into account some of the issues learned today. The second framework recently developed by AGCOM regards the accessibility and prominence for media service and for audiovisual contents. The main aim for all the media legislation is to grant news access, pluralism, protection for users, and a fair competition between the players. According to the previous legal framework, this goal was seeked by setting quantitative thresholds, mainly number of channels, networks, and revenues quota for each company, due to the scarcity of content for the user, the small number of players, and lack of technical resources. Now we face a quite opposite situation. The large amount of technical resources with an overabundance of contents available for all the users, but that are difficult to find, and some new and not previously regulated players acting as gatekeepers. The regulatory issues face other challenges: identify the new gatekeepers, grant fair access conditions in order to reach a common level playing field. The new European regulations confirm this approach. Both Digital Services Act and Digital Market Acts identify very large online platforms as gatekeepers in order to set specific rules for these operators. But a strong principle has been previously settled by the Audiovisual Media Service Directive. The Article 7a established that member states may take measures to ensure the appropriate prominence of audiovisual media services of general interest. The same approach is recommended by the European Media Freedom Act that is at its final stage of the legislative process. In order to ensure pluralism, freedom of expression, cultural diversity, and the effectiveness of information to the widest possible users, adequate prominence should be ensured for audiovisual and radio media services of general interest, provided through any means of reception or access and through any platform. Italian Media Act, that implements the European directive, gives to AGCOM the task of defining through guidelines the criteria for the qualification of service as a general interest services, as well as the measures that manufacturers of equipment and user interface must comply with. AGCOM issued a public consultation this year for the identification of a service of general interest and to define the provenance measures. 26 operators sent their position. The draft has been also notified to the European Commission as a technical rule due to the obligation established by the Directive number 1535. More specifically, HbbTV identified a basket of services of general interest, including the public service providers, some national and audiovisual and radio private companies that provide news programs, and the same, some local audiovisual and radio commercial company that provides news programs. The quality of information is the key to identify a media service of general interest. After this, HbbTV identified devices and user interface that must grant access to the general service interest media service providers. These include smart TVs, decoders, devices that connect to a television or a screen and offer access to audiovisual and radio media services, smartphones, personal computers, user interface, and application stores. The prominence tool defined consists in the mandatory setting of a dedicated tiles or image to the service of general interest immediately visible on the home page of interfaces. This is mandatory, but there are also optional additional measures, at last one among the placement of the service of general interest among the top 5 positions in the section that provide recommendations to the users, the ranking of the general service of general interest among the top 5 positions in the list of results of searches carried out by the users, the introduction of an ad hoc button for the basket of service of general interest on remote controls or devices that allow access to these services. A second measure impact on the digital terrestrial logical channel number system. According to the Italian Media Act and to HbbTV regulation, the LCN has to be installed on all devices suitable for receiving digital terrestrial television signals. This is a national measure due to the high penetration of digital terrestrial television in Italian households and the historical role of DT as the main broadcasting platform in Italy. The accessibility of the logical channel numbers of a DTT has to be granted through a dedicated tile or icon on the screen of a television. The manufacturers must also provide at least one remote control with number buttons. The framework also established a technical table open to the participation of device manufacturers, user interface managers and developers, media service providers, and associations, and other interested parties. The table will define the technical details for the implementation of the measures and will also be open to the discussion about the developments of a DVBI. The measures for the LSTN received the approval by the European Commission and has been definitely approved by HbbTV last Wednesday, and they will be published soon, I expect, during this week. The prominence of the service of general interest is more problematic. We are still in contact with the European Commission. Also, France and Germany are drafting similar measures, and we are in touch. We can say that the same criteria for service of general interest identification and promising measure has been identified by all these authorities. These are the most recent decisions, but there is still a lot to do. All the national regulatory authorities play its part, but we know that rules implementation often lag behind technology development. Now we have a new set of European frameworks to implement in order to reach the primary goal of a level playing field between all the players. For a regulator, the challenge is to choose the best mix between the soft law approach, such as co-regulation, preferred by the industries, and the hard law approach with mandatory legal obligations that sometimes are not suitable for technology industries. As HbbTV and many other European regulators, we are in the middle. All our decisions are taken after a public consultation, and the possibility to interact with stakeholders during this process is really a killer application. Also, these events like the HbbTV Symposium are really a great chance to acquire the point of view of the industry sector. Thank you for your attention.
be a bit of a challenge as a regulator, just keeping up with technology. Do you always feel that it's sort of a couple of years ahead of where you are in regulation?
It's always a
well,
rush.
However hard you try.
It's always a rush.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for speaking to us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. So before let's go on, we have another question on Slido. Please use the mobile phone and vote. What holds the greatest potential for HbbTV? Programmatic advertising, fast channels, accessibility services, gaming. So please vote, make your decision.
I think we have a fairly clear winner on it this time. No, I think we asked this one earlier on, did we not? Has anybody changed their minds as to what?
I think it's another.
I think programmatic has gained more, hasn't it?
It's too much, yeah. For me, it's fast.
I was expecting to see pizza on that chart again, but obviously not. That's for another time, perhaps.
Programmatic advertising is the winner.
Oh, we're still moving. It's not going to change, is it? It's where it is. Okay, starting immediately after this session, there's the HbbTV executive meeting in the Eclipse room. If you're needing to go to that, you probably will be aware of that already. It's just opposite, by the way, the room. I need to make a slight adjustment. Okay, Vincent.
Sorry, just to clarify the logistics, the meeting that will happen in a few minutes, opposite, as was correctly said by Julian, is an extraordinary General Assembly. This sounds super impressive. It is not. We just need to approve a change in the Article of Association to the effect that now General Assemblies can be remotely held. It's not possible in the current bylaws, so we need to change the bylaws, and to change the bylaws we need the EGA with a quorum. We have, I think, out of memory, 29 members who have kindly registered for the General Assembly. Please do not forget to show up into the room. We'll do it very quickly, and that will be done. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think people will think that, oh no, not another 2 hours. No, it's just fine, as Vincent explained there. Phew. Right. Tomorrow, though, we're going to be running a different conference format. It's called Unconference, and here to explain more is Owen O'Sullivan.
Hi, Julian.
Hello.
How are you?
Very well. So how does this all work then?
No? Yes. It is working. Hello, everybody. Nice to be here. I've come on the train from Switzerland today. Italian high-speed trains are so impressive. And I say that as somebody who, believe it or not, is Swiss. By the way, I became Swiss about 6 weeks ago. So even though my accent doesn't sound very Swiss, I am Swiss, just so we're clear on that. I'm also Irish, though, so... what I would like you to do now, you've been sitting down quite a long time. If you have never been to an unconference before, please stand up. If you have never been, no, stand up please, if you have not been to an unconference. Okay, so that's quite interesting. You can sit down again. I'm going to assume that everybody else has been to an unconference, and I know that many of you have. There are several DVB World participants. Marco is here for sure. So the first thing I want to say is, I know a lot of you are nervous, a little bit worried about how it's all going to go. You should be. You should be very nervous, because it's a total change in everything you've done at a conference before. You have to do the work, okay? You're going to do the work tomorrow. It's not people up on a stage, it's not people giving presentations, it's you. And I say that whether you're hosting an event, or even if you're just a session, or even if you're just participating in a session, because the unconference is a lean forward experience, okay? It's a lean forward experience. And if you're not leaning forward, if you're not participating in a session, just go somewhere else. It's fine. You have permission to leave the room. So, in brief, what we're going to do in the morning, when you come in here tomorrow morning, this corner here will be a new meeting room, and this corner here will be a new meeting room, if I've understood the floor plans correctly. And in the middle here, we will have 2 or 3 big circles of chairs. No more tables, no more desks, just chairs. I forgot to ask for the flowers, actually. We may have a big bouquet of flowers in the middle of the circle. You can use the water. We'll use the water. Yes. Ah, yes, we'll have the water in the middle. We will also have a big notice board with an empty grid on it. And down one side of the grid, we will have the names of our meeting rooms, these 2, plus 3 more outside. And along the top of the grid, we will have the time, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12:45 after lunch, 1:45, and then 3 o'clock, the last session. We'll have a little coffee break as well. So we have 5 one-hour sessions, 5 times 1 hour. And I will invite you to pitch sessions to hold during these 5 one-hour slots in the 5 rooms we have available. In fact, we can probably stretch to 6 rooms because we can use this main room as an overspill as well. So I'm going to ask you to pitch sessions. Please, what do I want to say? Please think about what you would like to do at one of these sessions, and come to me this evening at the awards gala if you'd like to have a little conversation about this and how to use it. I put a post on LinkedIn last week, which you got the link to in an email from the organizers as well. That tells you, it gives you little tips on what you can really usefully do at these sessions. It's not a moment to give a presentation. It's not a moment to say, oh, they didn't accept my proposal for a presentation at the conference day, I'll just give it at the unconference instead. It's a moment to discuss, to gather ideas, to ask questions, and especially to go around the room and to hear from everybody in the room, okay? There's not going to be microphones, there's not going to be stages. When you get into your room, pull up nice and close in the chairs so that you can all hear each other, and make sure that you hear from everybody in the room, and whatever that question is, whatever that thing you are, that problem you're trying to solve, that idea you're trying to come up with, try to get somewhere by the end of the meeting. We're going to ask you to file a little report. Each session is going to file a little report using an online form, and all of those reports will be available to you in the Unconference Hub on the HbbTV website. I won't say any more now, and I'll try not to say too much tomorrow morning either, because really I want to hear from you. It will be chaotic, it will be disorganized, but that's the point. We're trying to break the way things go, and we're trying to make it so that you have different conversations than you would have normally, okay? It's more like the conversations you have during the coffee break out there, with just a minimum of structure around it. So you know, if I go to that room at that time, I can talk about ADB2. Or if I go to that room at that time, I can talk about getting DVBI to market, okay? There are plenty of people here who have been at the DVB World On Conference before. I'm expecting them to be our gold star pupils tomorrow. But really, anybody can do this. Anybody can pitch a session. Please don't be afraid, and we'll have a wonderful day tomorrow. I'm convinced of it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we would like to thank you, our panelists, our sponsor, our speaker, our moderator, and those watching online at hbbtv.org. 500 of you. Thank you. We would like also to remind the HbbTV Awards ceremony is starting at 9 p.m. in the Upside Hall.
And our work, as you heard, will restart tomorrow with the Unconference. We are done. The exhibition and welcome coffee starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, but look forward to seeing you at the awards.
Yeah. Enjoy the award ceremony tonight. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.